Let the doors be open. The day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, ordonnance du gouvernement.
Government orders. Government bills, Commons. Second reading consideration of Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
The second reading of this bill, Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Sohi, moves that Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my privilege and honour to speak to Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to the Act. I introduced this bill with the ultimate goal of reducing the significant number of deaths and injuries caused by impaired driving, a crime that continues to claim innocent lives and wreak havoc and devastation on Canadian families. No law is adequate comfort for devastating loss, but I want to stress that this proposed legislation was drafted with all victims of impaired driving in mind. This includes the 3 Neville Lake children and their grandfather killed on a Sunday afternoon on their way home from a sleepover in Vaughan, Ontario. This includes the entire Van divorced family, a family of 4 killed by an impaired driver as they crossed an intersection in rural Saskatchewan. This includes the thousands of people injured because someone else chose to get behind the wheel while impaired. Every year, drivers impaired by drugs and alcohol cause devastation on our roads and highways. Impaired driving continues to be the leading criminal cause of death and injury in Canada. This is completely unacceptable. That is why I'm proud to have proposed legislation to enact an impaired driving regime that would be amongst the strongest in the world. It would ensure, as much as possible, that no one has to live through tragedies like those I've just mentioned. Before I discuss the specific proposals in the legislation, I would like to comment briefly on the structure of the bill as it takes a unique approach. Part 1 of the bill proposes new tools to detect drug-impaired drivers at the roadside. It would also create 3 new driving offences of being over a legal drug limit. I'll come back to these proposals in a moment. This part of the bill would come into force upon royal assent to ensure that a more robust drug-impaired driving regime is in place before the legalization of cannabis and the regulation of cannabis. Part 2 of the bill would repeal all of the transportation-related provisions in the Criminal Code and replace them with a clear, coherent structure. Over time, the Criminal Code provisions have become too complex and difficult to understand. Part 2 also proposes substantive reforms to strengthen the law of alcohol-impaired driving and address existing challenges with detection, enforcement, and prosecution. Given the substantial reforms in Part 2, a longer coming into force date of 6 months is proposed to ensure that provinces and territories, key stakeholders responsible for the administration of justice, have adequate time to prepare. Overall, Madam Speaker, the bill proposes to strengthen the criminal law approach to both drug and alcohol-impaired driving. I'd like to spend a few moments outlining key proposals to tackle drug-impaired driving. The bill would authorize police officers for the first time to use roadside drug screeners in situations where they have reasonable suspicion a driver has drugs in their body. A positive reading on such a device would not, on its own, lead to a criminal charge. Instead, it would offer to assist an officer in forming the reasonable grounds necessary to take further investigative steps. The bill also builds on the existing drug-impaired driving offence by proposing new offences for being over a legal drug limit. This offense structure will be familiar to many, as it is similar to the offense that prohibits driving over the legal limit for alcohol, otherwise known as the over 80 offense. Although the proposed offenses would apply to several impairing drugs, including cocaine and methamphetamines, I intend to focus on the proposed levels of THC. The legal limits would be set by regulation and proven through blood analysis. The bill would authorize the taking of a blood sample from a driver when an officer has reasonable grounds to believe that either a drug-impaired or legal limit offense has occurred. These proposed drug offenses have been developed in recognition of the differences between alcohol and THC. In particular, the difference in the way that they are absorbed, metabolized, and eliminated by the human body. This bill takes a precautionary approach by establishing a low-level, fine-only drug offense for THC that would prohibit having between 2 and 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood within 2 hours of driving. Additionally, Bill C-46 proposes a hybrid offense for a higher level of THC where a driver has 5 nanograms or more of THC per milliliter of blood. And finally, I'm proposing an offense of low levels of THC in combination with low levels of alcohol. This new offense would convey to Canadians that combining THC and alcohol intensifies impairment. I am proposing that the low-level THC offense of between 2 and 5 nanograms be punishable by way of maximum fine of $1,000. The higher drug offense of having 5 nanograms of THC in the body or more, and the combination offense of having a mixture of THC and alcohol in the blood would have escalating penalties that mirror the existing impaired driving penalties. A $1,000 fine for the first offense, 30 days imprisonment for the second offense, and 120 days imprisonment for a third or subsequent offense. It is important to note that drug-impaired driving has been an offense in Canada since 1925. However, our government is committed to strengthening these existing measures before strictly regulating and legalizing cannabis. The proposed drug levels to be prescribed by regulation are based on the advice of the Drugs and Driving Committee of the Canadian Society of Forensic Science, who have been working tirelessly on a volunteer basis to consolidate existing science on drug-impaired driving and setting legal limits. In developing this approach, we were mindful of other jurisdictions. In the United Kingdom, where cannabis remains illegal, the legal limit is 2 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood. In Colorado and Washington, where cannabis is legalized, the legal limit is 5 nanograms. Bill C-46's approach to drug-impaired driving would be amongst the toughest in the world, particularly in jurisdictions where cannabis is legal. Madam Speaker, I would now like to turn to the proposals in Bill C-46, which aim to strengthen our approach to alcohol-impaired driving. One of the key elements is an important new tool known as mandatory alcohol screening. This would permit the police to demand a preliminary breath sample from a driver who has already been subject to a legal traffic stop. Madam Speaker, most will know that police already have the power to stop vehicles under provincial and common law in order to check, for example, for a vehicle's fitness or driver's licensing. These stops have been upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada on 3 different occasions in R and Dedman, R and HoC, and R and La Durce from 1990. After having made an illegal or a lawful traffic stop, mandatory alcohol screening would simply permit a police officer to demand a preliminary breath sample. Under current law, a police officer must have reasonable suspicion before they can demand a breath sample, but the research shows that up to as many as 50% of drivers who are over the legal limit are able to escape detection by police. While a new proposal for Canada, mandatory alcohol screening is already law in Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, and many European countries. It has led to a significant reduction in the number of deaths and injuries related to impaired driving, and I am expecting that it will have the same effect in Canada. The reason is simple, Madam Speaker. Mandatory alcohol screening will change the mindset of drivers. No longer will drivers be able to convince themselves they can evade police detection of their alcohol consumption if stopped. As Andrew Murray, the Chief Executive Officer for Mothers Against Drunk Driving Canada, has said, mandatory alcohol screening is going to make the biggest impact. It will drive down the number of deaths and injuries. People will know that they can't play around with officers. Ireland presents one of the most compelling examples. In the 4 years following the enactment of mandatory alcohol screening, fatalities on Irish roads decreased by 40%, and total charges for impaired driving diminished at a similar rate. In short, drivers quit thinking they could beat the system and simply gave up on drinking or driving while impaired. Madam Speaker, in the face of such compelling evidence, I feel I have an obligation to all Canadians to propose this approach to Canada, or for Canada. I would like to move on to discuss some of the proposed changes to the existing over 80 offence. One of the most significant changes proposed in this offence relates to the time frame. Currently, the offence is committed while driving. The proposals in Bill C-46 would stretch the time frame so that it would be an offence to be over the legal limit within 2 hours of driving. This is a common formulation used in many U.S. states. Its preliminary purpose is to eliminate risky behavior associated with bolus drinking, sometimes referred to as drinking and dashing. Members may be surprised to learn that some people drink or claim to drink a significant amount of alcohol immediately before driving in the hopes of arriving at their destination before the alcohol fully absorbs and therefore before they are over the legal limit. The proposed formulation of within 2 hours would capture this reprehensible conduct. It also has the benefit of eliminating what is known as intervening drink defense. This arises when a driver takes a drink of alcohol after being stopped by the police, but before providing a breath sample, primarily to frustrate the investigative process. Madam Speaker, I understand there are many concerns that the proposed offences would criminalize people who have done nothing wrong. I share this concern, and that is why this bill proposes an exception that is intended to apply in cases of innocent intervening drinking. This could apply in cases where a driver consumes alcohol after drinking, but has no reason to expect that they would be asked to provide a breath sample. If the results of their breath tests are consistent with them having a blood alcohol concentration under the legal limit at the time of driving, the offence would not be made out and the driver would not be convicted. I feel very strongly that this proposed offence structure would reduce the incentive of people to mix alcohol and driving. Finally, Bill C-46 also proposes a formula to calculate blood alcohol concentration at the time of the offence, where the driver's breath is tested outside of the 2-hour period. The formula would be the concentration at the time of testing plus 5 milligrams per complete half hour. This is a very conservative dissipation rate for alcohol and so will not be unfair to the driver. It is supported by the Alcohol Test Committee of the Canadian Society of Forensic Science and would eliminate the need to call an expert toxicologist at trial. Madam Speaker, I would now like to turn to discuss some of the proposals in Bill C-46 which would strengthen the law while also creating much-needed court efficiencies. Impaired driving is one of the most litigated offences in the criminal code and takes up a disproportionate amount of time in court. This is all the more important since the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in Jordan this past July. One proposal is to limit Crown disclosure obligations to scientifically relevant information about breathalyzers and blood alcohol concentration, without unfairly limiting access to relevant disclosure. Another is to simplify proof of blood alcohol concentration by setting out in the code what the Crown must specifically prove. I would like to turn briefly to the penalties proposed in the bill. The mandatory minimum penalties for impaired driving would not change where there is no death or injury. Those are a $1,000 fine for the first offence, 30 days imprisonment for a second offence, and 120 days imprisonment for the third or subsequent offence. While the minimums would not change, the bill proposes to raise the mandatory fines for first-time offenders with high blood alcohol concentrations and for refusing a breath test. I want to be clear, Madam Speaker, that I have carefully reviewed the mandatory minimum penalties for impaired driving. I am confident that they are charter compliant and confident they are necessary. The mandatory terms of imprisonment for repeat drunk drivers have been shown to serve. This is a real psychological impact. The bill would also increase the maximum sentences for these offences from 18 months to 2 years for summary conviction and from 5 years to 10 for more serious indictable offences. The maximum for dangerous driving causing death would be raised to life, and as is already the case in impaired driving causing death. The impaired driving causing bodily harm offence would also be amended. Currently, it can only be prosecuted by indictment. The bill proposes to hybridize it to allow the Crown, in appropriate cases, to proceed summarily, such as for minor injuries. The bill would also respond to calls to shorten the time an offender must wait before driving within the Criminal Code's driving prohibition period, where the driver uses an ignition interlock device under provincial program. Allowing this earlier access has been shown to reduce recidivism and save lives. Madam Speaker, since the introduction of this bill last month, there has been a lot of commentary regarding the constitutionality of some of the proposals, with particular attention being paid to mandatory alcohol screening. I am confident that all the proposals in Bill C-46 will withstand charter scrutiny, as explained in the charter statement that I was pleased to introduce on May the 11th. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, it is my hope and expectations that the combined effect of the many reforms proposed in Bill C-46 will be enormously effective in deterring drug and alcohol-impaired driving. No more Canadian families should have to suffer the devastation caused from impaired driving. I ask all members to consider the benefits in terms of the effectiveness and efficiency which this major reform to the criminal law will achieve. I ask all members to join me in supporting Bill C-46. Thank you.
Yes. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister of Justice for her presentation today and for tabling the bill last month. And I'm also thankful for the fact that I had departmental officials come by my office and have a private meeting over the logistics of this bill, the specifics. And I appreciate the fact that there has been a charter statement tabled and that we have none other than the great Professor Peter HoC, who has expressed support for this in previous years. The section I'm referring to, Madam Speaker, is specifically section 320.27. And while we do want to see this bill get to committee to examine the constitutional provisions of it, I just wanted to bring the Minister's attention to some statistics that we have from other police agencies. So, as members from Toronto will know, that the carding statistics from that city showed that, while blacks made, 8.3% of the population, they actually were subjected to 25% of the carding. And I'm just wondering if we took those very same statistics and applied them to visible minorities being subjected to random breath testing, that may be a cause of concern. So I'm just wondering, if we have two concerns, if visible minorities are receiving a disproportionate amount of the testing at these lawful stops, it is allowing maybe non-visible minorities or non-minorities to get through. So I'm just wondering if the minister can comment on that specific concern that some people in our society have.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague across the way for his question, and very much appreciate him taking the opportunity to sit down and engage with my officials and staff, and would offer that to any of the other honourable members in this House. And was pleased to table the charter statement, as I said earlier this month. And I want to acknowledge that racial profiling, or the potential or the concern around racial profiling in terms of stops has been brought to my attention many times since the introduction of Bill C-46. And I will say a number of things. First of all, a law enforcement officer, as the member quite rightly points out, would have to lawfully stop somebody on the roadside. But I want to be able to distinguish the issue of racial profiling, which is an important one that needs to be addressed, from the objectives of this particular piece of legislation. The objectives of Bill C-46 are to keep our roads safe. That is not to say that in the exercise of the duties of law enforcement officers that they won't continue to benefit from training and oversight in terms of the fairness and the appropriateness in terms of the application of the law. We're very mindful of this, and certainly will continue to have discussions around the important issue that the member brings up.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the issues that I've been addressing with many municipalities in my constituency, which there are many, is the implementation at the municipal level. It will cover many areas, from inspection costs to licensing costs to doing the enforcement. The municipalities see a tremendous number of costs being downloaded on them from this legislation. So asking through Madam Speaker to the Minister about the costs that are going to be incurred by the municipalities. How is this going to be dealt with from the government side?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. As I noted in my remarks, the Part 1, the drug-impaired driving, that will come into force upon royal assent. In terms of alcohol-impaired driving, the proposed changes will have a delayed coming into force. We will continue to do and work with municipalities and territories and provinces and territories in terms of the application of the reforms that are proposed in Bill C-46. I have been working very closely with the Minister of Public Safety in terms of testing the devices on the roadside in various municipalities across the country. And the Minister of Public Safety and I want to and will ensure that the necessary resources are in place to provide the appropriate training and, of course, the necessary tools for police officers to be able to comply with the legislation.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister's presentation to us this morning. And I know this bill touches on a number of issues that are very important to Canadians. I just was struck by some of the complications that are complicated kind of situations that we're finding from this bill, where she talked about we're going to criminalize intervening drinking, but then we're going to have innocent intervening drinking and guilty intervening drinking. And I think there's some complications here that we really need to take a look at. But I think the biggest one is around the issue of reasonable suspicion. The Minister has told us that there isn't a charter violation of personal rights by taking away that right to expect that police have to have reasonable suspicion before they pull you over. But we know that Canadians actually oppose mandatory screening. The majority of them oppose it. The legal community has come out and said that the ruling that she's got basically lacked depth. It hasn't referenced any case law. So I'm just wondering, why is the government putting so much weight on such a lightweight judgment, I guess, from her Justice Department?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. Again, I was very pleased to table the charter statement. This is a statement that speaks to where there may be charter implications. It is not a legal opinion, but it is something that the Department of Justice is committed to introducing with every piece of legislation to assist the public in understanding the reasons and the rationale behind what it is that we're doing, in this case with respect to alcohol and drug-impaired driving. The reasonable suspicion requirement still exists within Part 1 in terms of drug-impaired driving, but I believe that the member opposite is referring to the mandatory roadside screening, which would not require a police officer to have reasonable suspicion, but would enable the police officer to do the mandatory screening at the roadside. And the reason for this, and I'm confident in its charter compliance, is that the purpose of this bill is to protect the safety and make our roads safe. I am confident that this is a justifiable public policy purpose, and the results of which would significantly reduce the number of deaths on the road and the number of people that are found convicted of alcohol-impaired driving.
And comments, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just another question to the Minister of Justice regarding the amounts that have been established, the nanogram limits for THC. It's been noted in many much scientific literature that when cannabis is inhaled and versus when it's ingested, the peak periods of when someone is impaired vary considerably, and it varies considerably compared to first-time users versus habitual users. So I'm just wondering if the Department of Justice in the legalization road, what kind of plans does the Department of Justice have for a public awareness campaign so that people, when marijuana becomes legalized, are aware of how much different amounts affect them before they can take the wheel? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the question. In terms of what our intentions are around moving forward with the legalization of cannabis and the strict regulation, there has to necessarily be, and we are committed to continuing to have an extremely engaged, robust educational rollout to ensure that we assist in informing Canadians about the impact of cannabis. In terms of impairment with respect to cannabis and whether or what the levels are in order to get behind the wheel of a car, we are taking a precautionary approach with respect to this legislation. A precautionary approach amounting to a zero-tolerance approach to ensure that if you are getting behind the wheel and you have consumed a drug, that we are wanting to ensure that you are deterred from thinking that you can get behind the wheel.
For a brief question, the honourable member for l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the Minister for this process. It's very important in the Canadian plan.
I first of all think, Madam Speaker, the bill does pass constitutional muster, and I would invite the Minister to comment on the underlying change, really, where I think we've come to realize you don't have a right to drink and drive or consume and drive.
Brief answer from the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for the question and the statement in terms of constitutionality. The purpose of this legislation is to ensure that people are deterred from thinking that they can consume any level of drug or alcohol and think it's reasonable to get behind the wheel of a car. The intention in terms of the mandatory breath screening is to change the thought processes of individuals that think that they can do that in terms of getting behind the wheel of a car, and ensuring that police officers have the opportunity to increase their ability to catch people that are impaired by drugs, and that would increase by 50% according to the evidence that we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to Bill C-46. This bill was tabled on April 13th. Let me remind you of the circumstances of this bill. This bill is part of the government's strategy in its willingness to legalize marijuana. They had to tighten up rules regarding drivers because there were concerns that would be an increase in the number of drivers who, with the legalization of marijuana, would drive while they were impaired. by drugs. Madam Speaker, before going directly on to the bill, I would like to let you know what some of my questions and observations are about the matter of legalizing marijuana. You will understand that I'm not a legal expert. I didn't look at this bill from that point of view. I'm looking at it as a citizen from the riding of Mégantic-L'Érable, who is worried about consequences after the legalization of marijuana. Using drugs could become a casual thing that would inevitably have an impact on our roads. Madam Speaker, the arguments of the government to legalize marijuana and to make this drug more accessible to Canadians are to take marijuana and make sure it stays out of the hands of children and withdraw the profits of sales of marijuana from organized crime. Those are the two main arguments. Those are the arguments that were presented to us during the election campaign. They are the two arguments that have been repeated as the bill was tabled. At the same time as this one, it was a very big day. We had to react to a whole host of measures. It seemed that the government was in a hurry to present everything at the same time. I don't want to call into question the intentions, but perhaps some of the statements made by the government when they decided to announce this legalization. On this side of the House, and even some students in one of the high schools that I went to visit to when I went to talk about the legalization of marijuana in my riding, they are worried about this legislation. 2/3 of them, a minimum of them, are opposed to legalizing marijuana. It's important to raise that. For my colleague as well, who also had the opportunity to talk to some students, to meet young people in his riding. One of the concerns is the safety of our youth, the safety of drivers, and safety in the workplace. When something is legalized, when we just make things very normalized, it will surely have consequences for our entire society. The bill on legalization of marijuana, Bill C-46, has something in common. We don't talk at all about costs or responsibilities on other levels of government by implementing these measures. What will be the costs for municipalities to implement this increased monitoring? What will be the costs for municipalities to train police officers so that they are able to see if drivers are driving impaired due to drugs? What will be the cost for the provinces when it comes to administration of justice? How are we going to administer this justice, these new rules? What will be the costs for the federal government? We don't have any answers. We were told that we were going to generate significant income by taking this out of the hands of organized crime, but there's been no mention of what's going to happen with this revenue. These are legitimate questions that I asked myself when this marijuana legalization process was announced. This process was announced and launched as the majority of public health officials are opposed to legalizing marijuana. The Canadian Medical Association, the Association of Psychiatrists. This is a bill that does not have unanimous support. It doesn't have unanimous support in our ridings either, because when we raise the question among those around us, often in rural ridings, such as my people, are very much in disagreement with this willingness to legalize marijuana. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it will no longer be illegal to have a small quantity of marijuana in one's possession after 12 years old. After 18 years old, young people can have a certain amount to consume legally. Some people will be able to grow it in their homes. How are we going to make sure we manage who's going to have access? It won't be like cigarettes at a convenience store. If there are pot plants in everybody's home, will it be the parents, the neighbors, the uncles, the aunts who are going to have to manage access to that? We don't know. We don't have those details. There are more questions about those who will have access to these drugs and who will then make the decision rather to drive afterwards or take their scooter or even their bicycle, Madam Speaker, under the influence. The other myth that I want to tackle before moving on to C46 is that one of the arguments is that organized crime will no longer have any income because the government is taking marijuana profits for itself. Madam Speaker, organized crime. We have two words, organized and crime. I can tell you now that crime is organized to still make profit, and that's what's really worrisome, because if there are elements who are the criminal elements organizing to generate profits, they're going to find ways. We pulled alcohol out of the hands of organized crime. Did it stop existing? It's still there. Still there. What did they do? They abandoned alcohol to move on to drugs. What's the next step? In English, we ask what's next, Madam Speaker. That's what really has me worried. And these are questions that have remained without an answer.
So, Bill C-46 is a bill that signifies that the government realized it has to do something. It also had promised to legalize marijuana. They had to find some way to act to avoid having that legislation cause even more deaths on our roads due to impaired driving, be it alcohol or drug caused. So they took advantage of C-46 to add a few measures regarding alcohol impaired driving. They had no choice but to act, given that they would cause an even greater problem on our roads, and this is what they've done with C-46. C-46 contains two parts. The first part amends provisions of the criminal code about offenses and impaired driving because of drugs, creates new offenses regarding having higher concentrations of drugs in the blood, authorizes peace officers to force the provision of a bodily substance to detect the presence of the substance. Part 2 is more general. There are many different amendments, probably to improve the current situation. We'll probably have occasion to discuss this in committee. There's a very active committee for justice that will ask excellent questions, and I'm convinced that if the government works in good faith, there will probably be proposals submitted by the official opposition and that will be included in the next version of the bill, because, Madam Speaker, to us, the bill is not quite perfect. There are questions that arise. Will everything resist any court challenge? Is there any risk that we'll have a bill with severe penalties, but which unfortunately will be taken down by the courts? Because while this will be enforced, the legalization of marijuana bill will also be enforced. So what we want to avoid is having the new measures that are adopted fall because of the justice system, and we'll end up with a legal void, as we already have a very severe problem with the Jordan decision, Madam Speaker. Therefore, Part 2 repeals the provision of criminal code that deal with the offenses and procedures, reenact and modernize offenses, authorize mandatory roadside screening for alcohol, increase certain maximum penalties and certain minimum fines, eliminates defense of certain behaviors that make it difficult to determine whether someone is impaired. So at first glance, there are measures here that would improve the situation and ensure that people aren't encouraged to take the wheel when they are impaired by drugs or alcohol. I think on this side of the House, all members of Parliament agree with that we must prevent this scourge that causes hundreds of deaths every year in Canada. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, with the legislation on marijuana that's coming up, the government will probably create additional opportunities for people to take the wheel with impaired faculties, maybe not by alcohol, but by marijuana. Allow me to cite a few reactions from the CAA, for instance, that issued some comments about this whole legislation about marijuana and the regulations on impaired driving. And I'm quoting, according to the CAA, good prevention would be three things: clear legislation, effective tools to enforce the law, and a public awareness campaign. Today's announcement solves the legislative aspect, but leaves hanging the funding and public awareness aspects. The CAA said this: we're still waiting for details on additional funding to enforce the law, hoping that this will not be delayed. That's from some time ago, and we still haven't gotten any response. It's very legitimate on the part of the Canadian Automobile Association. The government talked about less than $2 million over 5 years. That's in the 2017 budget. That's the budget for public awareness. What does the CAA say about that amount? It's clearly insufficient given that what we'll have to do concerning marijuana and driving. According to a CAA survey, 2/3 of Canadians fear that legalizing marijuana will make our roads more unsafe, Madam Speaker. 26% of Canadians 18 to 34 think that the faculties of a driver are better when using marijuana. Madam Speaker, 26% of young Canadians don't believe that marijuana has a negative impact on driving. And they're saying they're going to spend $2 million a year to raise awareness among those people. That's a big problem. And if the government truly wants to get the support of the opposition parties, in my opinion, it should immediately present a clear plan, a specific plan about awareness, a specific plan to make sure that we can really know what Canadians can expect on July 1st, 2018, because that's the date they set for legalizing marijuana. We shouldn't wait for that date before we announce prevention and awareness programs. We need to know that now because Canadians are worried about that. The last concern expressed by Mr. Walker of the CAA: police forces do not have the tools to enforce the law, and training costs are very high. Another reaction that I'd like to tell you about is the Canadian Addictions Association that talks about tools for screening that are mentioned in C46. Right now, according to this center, screening tools using saliva can only detect a limited number of drugs: methamphetamines, opioids, cannabis, and cocaine. Despite the increased effectiveness of these saliva-based tools, they are imperfect. Some drivers who've consumed drugs will have a negative test, and there are minimum chances that someone who's taken no drugs will get a positive test. So when some drug users can't be screened, as this center says, that is a danger for all Canadians and for road safety. So are we prepared? Is the technology ready to implement C46? That's the question asked by this organization. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, and my final quote here, also had some remarks about impaired driving. This is April 28. Impaired driving is a frontline concern for police across Canada. The problem already exists. The important part here, it will become even worse after legalization of marijuana. I'll continue, Madam Speaker. What the chiefs of police are recommending, adequate funding, ongoing funding, provided before the announced date of legalization of marijuana to train officers and drug recognition officers, buying equipment, increasing lab capacity, and supporting police officers for enforcing the law. Are the limits something that will resist court challenges so that we don't end up with a legal void once again that would allow criminals to take to the streets? Because they will be criminals. Will the provinces and territories have complementary systems to fight drunk driving and impaired driving? These are legitimate questions. I think we have to listen to these people. There are people who enforce the law. There are experts about driving. These are questions and comments that we will certainly have a chance to examine, and I hope the government will have answers when we consider this bill in committee. Madam Speaker, C-46 is pointless if the courts cannot enforce the law. I'm referring here to the Jordan decision. Madam Speaker, here are a few statistics about the Jordan decision. 134 accused have were released before being judged in the past 9 months, not because they asked for that, but because the Crown requested it. 59 accused were released after asking for this, after the defense asked for this. So 193 people avoided a trial. Of those, these are figures from Maître Annick Murphy in Quebec. She says that most of these abandoned cases involve impaired driving. 100 out of 193 involved impaired driving. 100 people who drove and put their own lives and those of others in peril. Why? Because the government is delaying appointing judges in Quebec, and this means that the Jordan decision favors criminals. The government could act, but doesn't do so, unfortunately. And now we're asking the same justice system to deal with additional cases, a larger number of cases. They're asked to do more when they don't have the means to deal with cases currently before the courts. That's worrisome. According to the leader of the PCP in Quebec, we prioritize crimes against persons, which are the most significant in our minds. Well, Madam Speaker, I understand that crimes against persons are important, but talk to the victims who've lost a loved one in a car accident because the driver of the other car was impaired by alcohol. Maybe not once, twice, 3 times, but more. Ask them if impaired driving is an important crime or not. It's extremely serious crime, and we can't pretend that impaired driving is not important. And now we're going to amplify the problem. So, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I still don't trust the government in this process of legalizing marijuana. The measures presented seem okay, but there's no budget for prevention or for assisting in the training of police officers or to help prevent this among the young. We will support this bill to allow us to discuss it in committee, and I hope that the government will find some way to enforce this law properly once it's adopted. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech this morning. I listened very, very carefully, and I must tell you I remain mystified as to what the member's position or the government or the member's opposite position is with respect to this bill. It appears from my listening to his speech that there are 2 things that the member doesn't like: the way things are and any change. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to ask the member, first of all, he, in his beginning remarks, implied that the issue of impaired by drug is an issue only created by the government's intent to remove the criminal prohibition and replace criminal penalties with a system of strict regulation for the production, distribution, and consumption of cannabis. And I wanted to ask the member if he was aware that statistics indicate that up to 40% of Canadians between the ages of 18 and 35 report that they are occasional or frequent users of cannabis, that almost a third of our youth, when asked, indicated that they believe that cannabis has no effect on their ability to drive, and that's clearly wrong, and 15% even bizarrely suggested that this makes them drive better. And more than half of our young people have suggested that they have driven with another individual who was high. Given that this is clearly a serious problem in today's society, if we did nothing else, this has been a problem for decades. And does the member suggest we should continue to do nothing else to deal with this very serious problem with impaired by drugs on our roadways? Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned at the end of my speech, we will support this bill and bring it before committee. I think that's quite clear, very clear. We're going to committee, we can discuss it. But the arguments made by my colleague regarding legalization of marijuana mean that it supports what I've been saying since the beginning. He's talking about legalizing marijuana. I'm talking about making marijuana completely ordinary. There is nothing announced for awareness. About $2 million for all of Canada. That's unbelievable. That's a budget that even if you have some kind of TV campaign, there are people that are against legalizing marijuana, young people. I don't know who he's trying to please. I hope it's not just to fill the government coffers. Unfortunately, the Liberals need a lot of money right now to pay the insurance on their immense deficits that they're going to leave to these young people who don't even agree with legalizing marijuana.
What's in Malahat Langford?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Conservative Party for his speech, and I'm glad that he wants to see this bill come to the Justice Committee, because I do think we need to delve into it. He spent a lot of his time speaking about C-45, and I think that's legitimate since both bills were introduced together. But when you look at the war on drugs, by any measure, it has been a complete and abject failure. We have spent billions of dollars, we have ruined countless lives, all for something that a large segment of our society continues to do. It ties up our court resources. We could direct that money into better programs. And if someone's going to use the public health arguments against marijuana, well, then we should also criminalize alcohol and tobacco, because they also cost our healthcare system billions of dollars every year. So I've heard a variety of messages from the Conservative Party. I would just like to know the Honourable Member's position on marijuana. Like, if he is very critical of what the Liberals are proposing, what would he himself like to see? Is he in favor of the status quo? Would he like to see decriminalization? I would just like him to explain to this House what his view on marijuana legalization is. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. That's an excellent question, Madam Speaker. I just don't want to make cannabis use an ordinary thing. People must know that it's a dangerous drug. I met young people from a school and I asked them, alcohol is not legal before 18. I asked this to people about 15, 16. How many of you have consumed alcohol in your group? Unfortunately, all of them raised their hand, Madam Speaker. And yet, alcohol is a legal drug. It's controlled. It's maybe not a drug, but a controlled legal substance, and young people have access to it. So it's not true that by legalizing marijuana, you'll restrict access by the young. But I do agree with my colleague that because of bad influences, bad experiences, or whatever, they are in the wrong place in the wrong time. I don't think they should have a criminal record because they possessed marijuana. So yes, indeed, I am in favor of decriminalization of marijuana, which will give police more opportunity to intervene when young people possess marijuana. They'll have a fine or something because it's a reverse burden of proof because when you have fines rather than a criminal charge.
Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague for his impassioned speech. Madam Speaker, I want to start this off as somebody that I could speak with some conviction as our family lost, as I lost my brother 20 years ago this year to drinking and driving as a passenger in a vehicle. So I'm all for strengthening the laws of impaired driving. The challenge that we have today is that the tests for roadside tests, or the science behind the roadside tests, have been proven to be imprecise. We are downloading the cost to our police departments, to our municipalities, our provincial governments. I would rather see strengthened laws for impaired driving, but I'd also like to see further investment to ensure that we are arming our men and women that are on the roadside, that are protecting our communities, that they are armed with all the resources that they have to ensure that if they are testing for something, that they can prove beyond all doubt that that person is impaired. And Madam Speaker, at this point, the science is imprecise.
In 1 minute, please, the honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable. Thank you very much. In 1 minute, well, first of all, and I discussed this in my speech, when the families of loved ones, they have a right to be reassured, and I'm really, truly sorry to hear what happened in his family 20 years ago. We all know someone, or just about all of us know someone, who's been affected by drunk driving in some way. Bringing forth this bill to committee will enable my colleague and others to consider it. We'll make sure that the right measures are being adopted, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable will have 2 minutes and 30 seconds for questions and comments after question period.
Statements by members. The
honourable member for Brassard, Saint-Laurent.
Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to offer my heartfelt congratulations to the Canadian Federation of Humane Societies as it celebrates its 60th anniversary this year. CFHS is the only national organization that represents humane societies and SPCAs in Canada. Canadians depend on these organizations to care for abused animals, to enforce laws, to educate, and to celebrate the human-animal bond.
The protection of animal well-being is one of our country's oldest social institutions. It was founded just 2 years after Confederation. The first SPCA was founded in Montreal in 1869, and it's still active today. Animal well-being is a cause that I take to heart, both as a person and as a parliamentarian.
Institutions such as CFHS, their dedicated volunteers and their invaluable work over the decades deserve our recognition and gratitude as they continue to care for and speak on behalf of those who do not have the voice to do so themselves. Once
again, Madam Speaker, congratulations to CFHS.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I rise in this House to talk about an issue that has touched all of our lives, and that is cancer. Last Saturday, I had the opportunity to participate in the 25th annual 24-hour Canadian Cancer Society Relay for Life, where over $535,000 was raised towards the goal of creating a world where no Canadian, no human, ever has to live in fear of the word cancer. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, we're incredibly proud of our local Relay for Life. It is the #1 Relay for Life in Canada. It's the only 24-hour Relay for Life in Canada. And for over the last 25 years, we've raised over $7 million towards cancer research. Madam Speaker, my goal was to beat my fundraising total and to once again walk the entire 24 hours. I did both. While walking the full 24 hours and over 95 kilometers, I was joined for laps by those currently fighting for their lives and friends and family walking in memory of those who lost their fight. I want to say thank you to my team, Team Pita Pit, thank you to the volunteers and organizers of the relay, and thank you to the friends and families and organizers, communities that helped make this event so successful.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise today to recognize a constituent of mine, Michaela Hines. Just a few weeks ago, she won her 7th World Irish Dancing Championship in Dublin, adding to her already impressive resume. In addition to her 7 World Championships, Michaela has been the Eastern Canadian Champion of Irish Dancing 12 times, has been the North American Champion 10 times, the British Champion 4 times, the Scottish champion, and the All-Ireland champion 4 times. After a career that makes her the most decorated North American in the history of World Irish Dancing Championships, Michaela has decided to retire. Through her success, Michaela has made her community and country proud. On behalf of all of Mississauga Streetsville, I congratulate Michaela on her impressive dancing career and wish her nothing but the best in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Madam Speaker, I love biking. It's good for your body, good for your soul, and good for the planet. And I want to highlight some great biking events coming up in my riding and here on the Hill. From May 29th to June 4th, people all across Kootenay, Columbia will be taking part in BC's Bike to School and Work Week. In Fernie, Revelstoke, Kimberley, Cranbrook, and Nelson, teams of riders will be competing for great prizes donated by amazing small businesses. Bike Day here on the Hill is June 1st, an exciting event that encourages all MPs and senators to come cycling by providing bicycles and support for new and experienced riders. And this summer, I look forward to biking with my constituents on the Trans-Canada Trail to celebrate Canada's 150th birthday, and in the Kootenay Rockies Grand Fondo on September 9th. Please come and join us. There are few things as spectacular as riding through the Rocky, Purcell, and Selkirk Mountains in one of the most beautiful ridings in Canada. Together, let's make Canada a cycling nation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, I was pleased to announce $5.3 million for Nelson House, a women's shelter in my riding that has served our community since 1992, providing a safe space for nearly 120 of our community's most vulnerable women and children each year. The new facility will provide a private, supportive space for survivors of domestic violence that is twice the size of the existing facility. It will improve and expand on-site services and programs. I met some of the courageous women who credit Nelson House with allowing them to rebuild their lives free from violence. The
budget allocates $11.2 billion in investments towards the new National Housing Strategy. Affordable housing is more than just a place to live. It lays a foundation for greater social and economic growth.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Speaker, with the beautiful spring weather sweeping through Flamborough, Glanbrook, and across the country, you can be sure that motorcyclists will hit the streets to enjoy the open roads. There are close to 1 million motorcyclists in Canada today, including grandmothers, grandfathers, youth, and young adults. Riders come from every walk of life and every profession. Some ride alone, while some ride with family and friends. Motorcyclists are among the most generous members of our communities. They raise and donate more than $13 million every year. I see this generosity firsthand every year, serving as the honorary chair for the JNF Correctional Officers Motorcycle Ride and the Liberty for Youth Eagle Ride, and taking part in the Veterans Memorial Ride here in Ottawa. Speaker, the Motorcyclist Confederation of Canada has launched a campaign that notes that motorcycle safety is everyone's responsibility. Motorcyclists, passengers, motorists, friends, and family members can go to motorcycling.ca and take the Motorcycle Safety Pledge today. Since May is Motorcycle Safety Month, I ask all motorists to keep an eye out for motorcycles and bid all motorcyclists a happy and safe riding season.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Madam Speaker, I recently had the pleasure of celebrating the 50th anniversary of Volunteer West Island in Montreal. Its mission is to facilitate and promote volunteerism while training volunteers to meet the needs of our community.
Volunteer West Island supports so many services, including Meals on Wheels, the PAIR program, Handy Persons Services, Caring Paws Therapy, and much more. On a more personal note, I know firsthand of the great work that is done in my riding by helping seniors and low-income constituents to do their tax returns. So I say a great big thank you to Linda Barrett and her entire team at Volunteer West Island, as well as to all the wonderful volunteers. Together, they have made our community a better place to live in over the last 50 years. Thank you.
The honourable member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you. 2 weeks ago, Liz Bird won the West Vancouver Chamber of Commerce Lifetime Achievement Award. Liz is the foundation of education, the arts, civic engagement, environmental conservation, and women in politics in West Vancouver. She's a founder of Collingwood School and of the Kay-Meek Arts Centre Trust. She fought the battle to save Eagle Ridge Bluffs to the point of being arrested, the penalty for which was community service hours, the ultimate irony. She has literally led and supported thousands of volunteers. I would like to say that her dedication has created remarkable Canadian institutions and even more remarkable people for having had the privilege of volunteering with Liz. It is a privilege to rise in the House of Commons today and recognize Liz Bird on behalf of an immensely grateful community as an exceptional citizen of Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Madam Speaker, on May 3rd, the residents of Fort McMurray gathered at Snipe Park to remember the wildfire that ravaged the city just one short year ago. For some, it was a day of mourning where they remember life before the fire, and many moments of silence for Emily Ryan and Aaron Hodgson, who died fleeing the fire. And for others, it was a day to embrace the strength of our community. While the community and city continues to rebuild and heal, support groups are still active on the ground. The local Red Cross continues to do an outstanding job, helping people put their lives back together. In some cases, people rebuild their homes, in other cases, offering assistance to families still struggling. I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank everyone who offered assistance or donated to the cause, and thank the Red Cross in particular for their dedication and life-changing efforts. The people of Fort McMurray, above all, will be forever grateful.
The honourable member for Canada Carleton.
Madam Speaker, as all Canadians know, there are not 4 seasons in Canada, there are 5. And we are now well into playoff hockey season. And communities across Canada are watching and cheering. A lifelong Habs fan, Montreal Canadiens, our own Prime Minister has told us he is now cheering for the Ottawa Senators. And I'm sure all of my colleagues will join with the Prime Minister in pledging their support to the Ottawa Senators as they continue their remarkable playoff run. I'm very proud that the Senators call my riding of Canada Carleton their home. Madam Speaker, as we celebrate the great tradition of playoff hockey in Canada, I call upon all members, and indeed all Canadians, to join me in saying to the Senators, we are all in. Tous ensemble, go Sens, go!
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Madam Speaker, I rise to congratulate an extraordinary person, Roberta Dugas, who was crowned Citizen of the Year in my riding of Acadie Bathurst. Roberta is from Caraquet, and specifically from Sainte-Anne-de-Bocage, and she's very active in her community, and she never misses an opportunity to promote her city, Caraquet, and the entire Acadian Peninsula. Her ongoing involvement in her community has earned her the title of Citizen of the Year, and she has worked as a nurse in the peninsula for over 35 years. She was a municipal councillor before being elected mayor of Caraquet in 1992. But above all, Madam Speaker, as president of the 2016 Acadian Games Finals Organizing Committee, Ms. Dugas moved heaven and earth to recruit and manage hundreds of volunteers to ensure the event's success. It's because of people like Madame Dugas that our region continues to prosper and succeed. So, bravo, Roberta. You are a source of inspiration for us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Florence Detrold is a wonderful 103-year-old woman who was born in the beautiful community of St. Bruce, Saskatchewan, located in my riding of Yorkton Melville. Florence has been in the news a lot lately. As it turns out, at the age of 103, she's still regularly attending Mass and playing bridge. She even offers her services as a seamstress to the other residents in her retirement community. Wow. Florence is not alone in her youthful zeal for embracing life past 100. According to Statistics Canada data, the number of Saskatchewan residents who are celebrating their 100th birthday has almost doubled since 2001. Many of the seniors in my riding attribute this to their healthy lifestyle, positive forward-thinking attitude, and of course, the wonderful carbon-free air in Saskatchewan. Madam Speaker, I guess you could just say that Saskatchewan is the fountain of youth, the Okinawa Island of Canada.
The honourable member for London West.
Madam Speaker, on May 4th, the Canadian Medical Hall of Fame inducted 6 renowned medical pioneers from across Canada to its membership. Located in London, Ontario, the contributions of Hall of Fame inductees have been extraordinary. As trailblazers in their respective fields, these experts underpin Canada's role as a world-class leader in medicine and health sciences. Their work may be a single outstanding contribution or a career of notable achievements. It is with this, Madam Speaker, and with a heavy heart that I note the passing of Professor Michael Bliss, a 2016 inductee and an individual who left an indelible mark on Canada. An officer of the Order of Canada, a Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, and professor at the University of Toronto for nearly 4 decades, Professor Bliss touched the lives of many, mine among them, as I had the good fortune of interviewing him as a journalist. Noted as one of Canada's leading intellectuals and historians, he was commended for bringing a wealth of knowledge to Canada and...
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate the leadership of entrepreneurs in the Greater Drummondville area. Organized by the Drummond Chamber of Commerce and Industry, entrepreneurship was celebrated at the prestigious Napoleon's Gala for 2017. I would like to congratulate all of the winners. The Business of the Year award was given to Cascade de Cartoncaisse Drummondville. In the commerce category, Performance NC was the winner. The Bijouterie Lampron earned the local favorite award. The Haunted Village at the Village Québécois d'Antan earned honors in the events and tourism category. In the agri-food category, the prize was given to Cultures de Chez Nous. In the young entrepreneur category, Anne Hydra was the winner. And finally, athlete Elizabeth Pellerin and cyclist Hugo Hull, who participated in the Rio Olympics, earned the Male and Female Leader of the Year awards. Congratulations to all the finalists and to all the winners.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to speak about the dire situation facing my home province. When I say Albertans are losing their homes and losing their jobs, I'm not exaggerating. Over the past year in Alberta, almost 6,000 homes have been foreclosed, more than 2,000 of those in Calgary alone. Calgary's unemployment rate is still the highest of any major Canadian city at 9.3%. Many Albertans, including myself, have given up any hope that the Liberals are interested in Alberta, Canada's economic engine. The Prime Minister said he was going to phase out the oil sands. Well, he is certainly following through on that threat. Dismantling the NEB, moving the regulator from Calgary to Ottawa, slashing the Discovery Well tax credit, a tanker moratorium, imposing a job-killing federal carbon tax. The Liberals' disregard for Alberta is certainly clear. Madam Speaker, the Liberals need to make Canada globally competitive. They can do it by following these simple lessons: reducing red tape, cut taxes, get projects built. Doing these things will help our energy sector and will help Albertans get back to work.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 30th anniversary of Rick Hansen Man in Motion Tour. Rick Hansen is in steam over 26 months, crossed 40,000 kilometers through 34 cities to raise awareness for spinal cord research and quality of life initiative. Mr. Hansen a terminé sa tournée.
Mr. Hansen's world tour may have ended 30 years ago, but his work and his impact on Canada continues to this day. The Rick Hansen Foundation works to raise awareness and eliminate obstacles for persons with disabilities. Although Canada is a world leader in promoting equality and inclusion for persons with disabilities, there is still much to be done.
This is why this government is working on new accessibility legislation to promote equality of opportunity and increase inclusion for all Canadians with disabilities. Our government congratulates Mr. Hansen and this anniversary for this continuing work. Thank you, Mr. Hansen.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Madam Speaker, Madeleine Mayer is a well-connected Liberal partisan and politician who has donated numerous times to the Liberal Party and even donated to the Prime Minister's leadership campaign. So let's be clear. The reason the Prime Minister wants her to be the next Languages Commissioner is so that he can thank her for all of her support, and he wants to assure himself that he has somebody friendly in the position. This is really shady, and it's certainly wrong in every sense of the word. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and withdraw this patronage appointment?
L'honorable.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Official Languages Commissioner in the protection and promotion of official languages. We're committed to finding the best candidate for this important position through a thorough, rigorous, and merit-based process. We conducted multiple rounds of interviews. I even had the chance to talk with my critics from the two opposition parties. They both acknowledged that she had the experience and the expertise, and that's why we're convinced Madeleine Mayer is the best suited candidate for this important position. Merci.
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, even the Liberal minister is hesitant to get up and try to defend that appointment. I don't blame her. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal appointment gravy train is shamefully extending to the judiciary. The latest round of judicial appointments is full of Liberal donors, including an Alberta appointment of a person who's donated to the Liberal Party over 25 times, including twice just this year, Madam Speaker. Wow. When will the Prime Minister admit that he actually doesn't care about the appearance of conflict of interest, and he'd rather reward his friends for their generous support of his "I'll scratch yours if you scratch mine" government?
Honourable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
On this side of the House is proud of the appointments that we're making within the judiciary. Since being elected, we have appointed 67 judges, including additional appointments which are forthcoming. Under our open, merit-based appointments process, we have attracted top-tier judicial appointments. Budget 2017 provides for additional resources, and we will continue to make those appointments with great dispatch, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, open to anyone who's given a donation to the Liberal Party. That's the only openness that we're seeing. It's clear that the Prime Minister's patronage appointment scheme, if you're not a Liberal and you're not giving a donation, there's no use applying. Liberal donors are clearly making their way to the very top of the appointment list. Merit has become secondary to donations to the Liberal Party. How can the Prime Minister expect Canadians to believe that it's just a coincidence that all of these Liberal donors are somehow getting these plum appointments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, Madam Speaker, I will reiterate what I've said before on many occasions. We are proud on this side of the House of the open, merit-based appointments process. Not only have we appointed 67 new judges since being elected, but there are over 120 public appointments, which again are open, transparent, and merit-based, and we will continue to make those appointments with great dispatch, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Madam Speaker, for 18 months, there's been a new lottery to let Canadians win big, $500, $700, up to $1,000 per workday for the luckiest ones. There's already many winners in Canada: Stéphane Dion, John McCallum, and Madeleine Mayer. And it's not over. The lottery is going on until 2019. Unfortunately, this lottery is only for the elite. To participate, make a big donation to the Liberal Party of Canada. The next big prize is the position of Ethics Commissioner with the firm Government Leader and Associates. Will the government end this partisan lottery before the next draw?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that we recognize that we have, in fact, put in place a new appointment process which supports open, transparent, and merit-based selection process. Our aim is to identify highly quality candidates who will help to achieve gender parity and truly reflect Canada's diversity. It's important to note, Madam Speaker, 140 appointments, 63% are women, 13% are visible minority, 10% are Indigenous. The Conservatives should be applauding the type of appointments we are actually making.
I just want to remind the members of the opposition of the decorum in the House, and I would anticipate that you want to hear the question and you'd also want to hear the response. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Liselec, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals promised an open and transparent process to appoint a new official languages commissioner. But they made the most partisan of appointments I've ever seen. Madeleine Meillard, who was already shopping for a Senate seat as she was sitting in Queen's Park, openly admitted before a committee that she was contacted by Gerald Butts and Katie Telford, all of whom were working for the Prime Minister during the selection process. That's called getting a Plan B ready. Will the government finally admit that this appointment was just a consolation prize of $350,000 a year to help a good friend of the Liberal Party? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We believe in the importance of the Official Languages Commissioner in order to promote both languages in the country, and we decided to look for the best candidate by using a rigorous, open, merit-based process. We made many interviews. I even had the opportunity to talk to the official opposition critic and the critic from the second opposition party, and they recognized that Ms. Mayotte had the qualifications needed for the job, as well as the expertise and experience. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister decided to appoint Madeleine Meillard as Official Languages Commissioner. This is an individual who made financial contributions to the Prime Minister's leadership campaign. As Commissioner, Ms. Meillard would be responsible for investigating the Prime Minister when he does not comply with the Official Languages Act. Yesterday, Ms. Meillard admitted herself that she could not erase 13 years of partisan political life. How can we be sure that this Liberal will be nonpartisan when she will have to investigate the Prime Minister? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. We found the best candidate for the position of Official Languages Commissioner. And why? Because we know that she has made the protection of L'Hôpital Montfort, the Francophone Hospital in Ottawa, a priority. We also know that she was the driving force behind other initiatives. She has the experience to be the commissioner, and we hope that we will have the support of the opposition and the Senate in order to confirm this important appointment. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Regardless, Ms. Meillard is too close to the Liberals. She worked for 13 years in partisan politics with the Liberal Party of Ontario. She made donations not only to the Liberal Party of Canada, but to the Prime Minister himself. She admitted to meeting the Prime Minister's closest allies to get the position. How can the Minister of Heritage continue to defend this process, which led to the selection of a longtime Liberal? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Madam Speaker, when we were looking for the best candidate for the position of Official Languages Commissioner, we wanted to make sure that we would find a person based on their experience and their expertise. That's exactly what we did. We have a rigorous, open, merit-based process. Ms. Meillard is clearly qualified through this process, and that's why we insist that she has all the expertise she needs in order to be an excellent Official Languages Commissioner.
Madam Speaker, the lengths these Liberals will go to help out their friends. A lifelong Liberal and donor to the Prime Minister's own leadership campaign is their surprise choice for an independent commissioner. This Prime Minister has been under more investigations than any other Prime Minister in Canadian history. Harper, Chrétien, even Brian Mulroney somehow. Yesterday, Madame Meillard admitted she may have to recuse herself from investigating the Prime Minister because of these donations. Imagine a commissioner that can't investigate. Was this their plan all along, or just some happy coincidence?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, when we started this process, we were looking for the right candidate because that candidate had to have the qualification, the expertise, the experience to be the Commissioner for Official Languages in this country. And you know what? This is surprising, Mrs. Speaker, that the two oppositions are not contesting the qualification of Madeleine Meillard, not at all. Even the leader of the second opposition has clearly stated that she had the expertise and the experience for this important position.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
We also learned yesterday that the Prime Minister's closest advisor and longtime friend, Jerry Butts, met with Mayor before she was even nominated. She admitted this was an unfair advantage. I guess it's still who you know in the PMO. Officers of Parliament don't work for the Prime Minister, and they certainly don't work for the Prime Minister's office. They work for all members of Parliament on behalf of Canadians. A watchdog can't do their job with a cloud of patronage and partisanship hanging over their heads. So out of respect for this position, will the Liberals do the right thing and withdraw her name from consideration?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Canadians are looking forward for this important position to be filled, and Canadians believe in the importance of official languages. What they want somebody that has the expertise and the experience to hold this important position. And I'm really surprised to see how much my colleagues are supporting the expertise and experience of Mrs. Maillard, and therefore I don't understand why they shouldn't be supportive of this important candidacy, because this important position must be fulfilled by an important...
I just, again, want to remind the members of the opposition to please ensure that they respect the decorum that should be held here in the House. The honourable member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal carbon tax is a game of hide and go seek. The cost of the carbon tax is hidden in the price of groceries transported by truck, or gasoline that people put in their vehicles, or the cost of heating their home to stay alive. All of those things are hidden, and when we seek the real cost, we find that it is again hidden under a mountain of black ink in Finance Department documents. The Liberals yesterday released a 26-page technical document on their new carbon tax, but once again, hidden was the cost to Canadian families. Will they end their game of hide-and-go-seek today and tell average Canadian families what the carbon tax will cost them?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Canadians know that polluting is not free. We see the costs of droughts, of floods, extreme weather events, but also the effect on our health. Canadians expect polluters to pay because it's the right thing to do for our children and for our grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, 97% of Canadians already live in jurisdictions in Canada that either have a price on carbon pollution or are in the process of putting that into place. The federal plan announced yesterday applies only in jurisdictions that have not moved there themselves. Pricing of carbon pollution will reduce pollution. It creates incentives for companies to innovate, to develop clean solutions. It creates...
Member for Carleton.
Well, they say this is really a simple way to reduce pollution. Let me quote the document. If a registered fuel importer imports fuel for delivery to a registered fuel distributor, the levy will not become payable by the registered fuel importer. The levy will become payable by the registered fuel distributor when it uses the fuel or delivers it to another person in the backstop jurisdiction, unless that other person is also a registered fuel distributor. See? Simple. Madam Speaker, how much will it cost small businesses for the red tape of this new scheme, and how much will it cost taxpayers for the new bureaucracy needed to implement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, addressing climate change is one of the critical issues of our time. This government is committed to creating a more innovative economy that reduces emissions while creating good middle-class jobs. If the honourable member would actually take the time to read the backstop paper, he would see that those figures are in that document. This government has been actively working with all provinces and territories, including the government of Saskatchewan. I was there myself this week for conversations with large companies. We are working to build a plan that will allow us to move forward in a credible way to reduce carbon emissions and to grow a clean growth economy.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, did the Parliamentary Secretary read the documents? Because all the documents that were revealed yesterday by the Minister of Environment are a document that supported Liberal carbon tax. There's all kinds of numbers in there and things that we don't understand in it. But there's one number we don't have. What is it going to cost for Canadian workers? The Parliament Secretary is telling us to read the document, but can he tell us in the document the most important number for Canadians? How much is it going to cost, your Liberal carbon tax?
Je vais rappeler aux députés qu'ils
I will remind the member that he must direct the question through the chair and not to the government or to the individual.
Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would once again invite my honourable colleagues to read the document. All of the relevant information is contained in the document. I'd be happy to actually show the honourable member after question period is over. Mr. Speaker, the net cost to Canadians obviously depends in significant measure on what provinces who have implemented these systems choose to do with the revenues. In Alberta, they've returned those through rebates. In British Columbia, they have a carbon-neutral tax where they reduce it, where they return the funds through income tax reductions. Mr. Speaker, we have a thoughtful plan. Those of us on this side of the House believe climate change is a real issue. We are planning to address that in a thoughtful way.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
No number, not money, how it will cost to the Canadian taxpayer. Madame la Présidente, il y a un autre problème.
Madam Speaker, there's another problem. Yesterday, we know that the government was proud to say that the Liberals are working with the provinces. Really? 3 provinces are working on the issue of carbon through an exchange system, and since 2013, that system has not been working in Quebec. The Minister of the Environment said that if it doesn't work, we're going to impose the Liberal carbon tax on the provinces. Can somebody in the government tell us today whether, yes or no, they are going to impose the Liberal carbon tax on all the provinces?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member knows full well that 97% of Canadians live in jurisdictions that have either put into place a plan to price carbon pollution or are in the process of working to have that in place by the beginning of 2018. We have worked collaboratively with the provinces. This was a central part of the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, to which almost all of the provinces subscribed. We are working to ensure that this is done in a thoughtful way, and we intend to ensure that we are addressing climate change and carbon emissions, but doing so in a manner that will help us to grow an innovative and clean growth economy for the future.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, let's talk about the impact of this thoughtful way. In Alberta, foreclosure rates are rising at an alarming rate. In fact, more than 25% in the last 2 years alone. Dismantling the NEB, politicizing infrastructure decisions, implementing a carbon tax. These are all Liberal policies that are stifling any ability for Alberta's economic recovery. Canada needs the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Will the Prime Minister go to BC? Will he champion this vital pipeline project? Or will he continue on his quest of eliminating the oil sands and killing jobs in Alberta and the rest of Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for the opportunity for me to stand and provide, I think, a very clear statement. The assertion from the member opposite is categorically false. We took action to create good middle-class jobs for Alberta by approving 2 pipelines, getting done what they couldn't get done in 10 years. We'll continue to support Alberta as an energy hub of Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Speaker, Calgary has been the beating heart of the energy sector for decades. Professionals in Calgary have immense knowledge and experience in pipeline safety, oil and gas exploration, and environmental reclamation. Moving the NEB from Calgary to an ivory tower in Ottawa is not the answer. Will these Liberals commit to keeping the NEB decision-making in Calgary, or will they finally admit that they don't want the oil and gas and energy industry to thrive?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank the NEB expert panel for their hard work in drafting this report. Our government is committed to developing our resources and getting them to market in a responsible way. This requires a regulatory process that Canadians can have confidence in. Modernizing the NEB is part of our government's process to build a better system that is fair, robust, respects the right of Indigenous peoples, is based on scientific evidence, and protects our environment for generations to come. We will review the report in depth along with other environmental regulatory views and determine next steps. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Madam Speaker, when someone who has been a victim of domestic violence applies for the CRA child tax benefit, they are burdened with an onerous and impossible requirement. CRA expects the victim to return to the abuser to obtain a signature for the application. This is an outrageous and even dangerous requirement for domestic abuse survivors who are trying to build a better, safer life for their families. Will the Liberals do the right thing, drop this unreasonable demand, and support survivors rather than empowering their abusers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Our government's commitment on two fronts is unparalleled in this parliamentary history. One is on the child benefit, the other one is on support for victims of violence fleeing and seeking better shelter and protection. On the issue that's being raised, it's a significant issue, and I assure you we'll get a specific answer to the specific issues around tax and point of return. That's an issue which is just being raised today, and I'm happy to sit with the member and get the proper result. But on the child benefit, we're raising kids out of poverty. On victims of violence, we're supporting them. We need to make sure those two programs work in concert together.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
I think, but it has to be done very quickly. Madame la Présidente, selon les règles en place.
Madam Speaker, according to the rules currently in place, a domestic violence survivor is being told by the Canada Revenue Agency that she has to contact her abuser for him to fill out a form if she wants to get the child tax benefit. That's completely absurd and it's dangerous. This requirement must be abolished. Will the Minister of National Revenue deal with the problem immediately and apologize to the victims of domestic violence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, happy Friday to you and all my colleagues in this House. I thank my honourable colleague for bringing this issue to our attention. I can assure you that all policies, programs and legislation that come through Cabinet and eventually to this House are put through a gender-based analysis plus. This issue is exactly why we need to put that lens on all policies. We will continue to do that and respond to my honourable colleague. In the meantime, we'll make sure that our gender-based violence strategy is implemented with $100.9 million so that women and girls in Canada can thrive.
The member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Public Safety Minister wrongly claimed recruitment and expansion justify the closure of CPC Vegreville. But here's the truth. Since 2013, over 600 applications came in for the 3 hiring drives. Today, the Union for the Majority of Workers says having permanent positions, most aren't, there would help with retention. But what do they know? And they weren't even consulted. And nothing is stopping the Liberals from hiring in Edmonton right now. Will the minister do the right thing and reverse this mistake?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, once again, our government has decided to make responsible decisions regarding services to Canadians. We've always been transparent on the costs of moving the centre. A letter was sent on March 1st with the exact numbers. The reality is that about 20% of positions are vacant. This move will help us to meet recruitment challenges and create additional jobs in Alberta. Once again, all of the employees will be able to keep their jobs.
Well, Madam Speaker, for months now, the Liberals have been dodging questions and making up excuses. They claim it will save money, but it's tens of millions more. They claim it's to expand, but the reality is Vegreville has room for the 32 more staff planned. The Liberals slag the employees, but the department itself says they are high performers, exemplary workers who always exceed departmental targets. No consultation, no transparency, no honesty. Will the minister admit this is an attack on middle-class rural Canadians and stop it now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To making responsible decisions that enhance services to Canadians and create jobs. Once again, we've always been upfront and transparent about the cost of the relocation. In fact, a letter, Madam Speaker, was sent from our department to the union dated March 1st, 2017, outlining the costs and the figures cited by the member opposite, Madam Speaker. The reality is about 20% again of available positions currently vacant. The move will address the long-standing staffing challenges, allow for an expansion of immigration operation, and create more jobs for Alberta, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Madam Speaker, while the Environment Minister is forcing her carbon tax onto the provinces, the Minister of Transport has introduced a tanker ban that his own officials acknowledge targets just one industry. This is not a ban on tanker traffic, as they will continue to move up and down the coast of BC. It's a ban on Canada's resource development. Why are the Liberals continuing their blatant attacks on Western Canada's resource sector?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, our government is delivering on our promise to formalise a crude oil tanker moratorium along the north coast of British Columbia. This will protect this incredible environment that coastal and Indigenous communities call home, ensure clean water for our kids and grandkids. Our proposed legislation would prohibit oil tankers carrying crude and persistent oils as cargo from stopping, loading, unloading at ports and marinas and installations in northern British Columbia. Thank you.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Madam Speaker, if the tanker ban wasn't bad enough, now we're being told to expect fisheries closures off the coast of British Columbia. We've heard from academics, scientists, industry, and fishermen at the Fisheries Committee. They've all said the same thing. The Liberal consultations are a sham and failed to take into account the economic, social, and environmental impacts of identifying marine protected areas. What does the minister have to say to the numerous witnesses who have all said that the Liberal plan on marine protected areas is going to be a disastrous failure?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Madam Speaker, our government is committed to increasing the proportion of marine and coastal areas that are protected from 5% this year and to 10% by 2020. We are going to achieve these targets with sound science, transparent decision-making. Indeed, Madam Speaker, we are consulting broadly. We are actively engaging with our partners in the provinces, territories, Indigenous people, and people in industry. And I think we can all be proud in British Columbia of the most recent MPA in the Hecate Strait and the Queen Charlotte Sound glass sponge reefs MPA that was designated just this year, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind the member for Caribou Prince George he had the opportunity to ask the question without being disturbed, and I would expect that he respect the person that is responding to him as well. Questions and the honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, Canada is refusing to even match the U.S. investments in protecting the Great Lakes. People in my riding of Essex are concerned about the complete silence from the Liberal government when it comes to the water quality of Lake Erie. Algae blooms are negatively impacting the health of the lake, which our communities rely on for commercial fishing, tourism, and drinking water. Lake Erie has been in crisis before and deserves urgent protection to protect it now. The health of our communities is directly tied to the health of our lake. Will the Liberals step up and take a leadership role in protecting our treasured freshwater Great Lakes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House agree very much with many of the comments that were made by the Honourable Member. The Great Lakes is an incredibly important resource for many, both in Canada and the United States. It is an important recreational area for many people in Canada and in the United States, and some of the environmental challenges that exist in the Great Lakes, which have existed for some time, are very significant. In Budget 2017, you saw a significant expansion in funding going towards the Great Lakes to address issues like phosphorus and nitrogen runoff, which are causing some of the algae blooms that are particularly problematic in Lake Erie. We are committed to addressing the problems in the Great Lakes.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Madam Speaker, LGBTQ Canadians are getting tired of waiting for real action to follow the selfies. Nearly a year ago, the government received briefs from groups representing those who were dishonorably discharged from the military or fired from the public service, asking for an apology. And just before he marched in Toronto Pride last year, the Prime Minister promised a formal apology for the harm done. Now, at the first anniversary of this promise, all we have is a re-promise, and those who have been waiting more than 25 years for justice have been told to wait again. Will the government finally keep this promise? Do they intend to make the apology or not?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Any man or woman serving his or her country deserves respect, regardless of sex or background. We are pleased to see the progress of the Canadian Forces to deal with sexual misconduct. There are solid training programs put in place and reporting. The reports of sexual misconduct in the past that were dismissed are being looked at, and victims are getting better support.
Meadows Maple Ridge.
Madam Speaker, as chair of the Innovation, Science and Technology Committee, I was pleased to take our committee to Washington, D.C. earlier this month to meet with both business and government. It's so exciting to know that many of our companies have a strong relationship with our neighbors to the south. For most of the last 3 decades, trade has been an important part of that relationship. Only last year, U.S. goods and services trade with Canada totaled an estimated $627.8 billion U.S. dollars. Madam Speaker, can the Minister of Science and Innovation and Economic Development tell the House what he's doing to promote this mutually beneficial relationship on the ground?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, for his hard work and leadership as the chair of the Innovation Committee. He is absolutely correct. Our trade is fair and balanced with our U.S. counterparts. And since NAFTA came into force, our economies have more than doubled. So it truly is a win-win situation. We have integrated economies, highly competitive, that allow us to compete globally. And I've shared this viewpoint with my counterparts and colleagues in Michigan, Colorado, California, and Nevada. We'll continue to work together, build things together, and create jobs on.
The
Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Yesterday, the chair of our committee, Transport and Infrastructure, wrote to the Finance Committee stating that members of our committee agreed with the Infrastructure Bank's creation, which is completely false. But that's not the worst part. The chair sent a letter today, Wednesday. We had a committee meeting Thursday, but it was dated today. If that's not arrogance and contempt, I wonder what we're facing here. When will this government start respecting this institution and put an end to this ridiculous infrastructure bank?
Mr. Speaker, for almost a decade, the municipal sector has been neglected by the previous government. Our goal is to put forward an infrastructure plan that will help rebuild Canadian communities from coast to coast to coast. And the creation of the infrastructure bank will allow us to build more infrastructure by mobilizing private capital that will help us to build transformative infrastructure that our communities need and they deserve. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Signal Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Finance Committee is currently studying this budget bill, C-44. Now, this omnibus bill, Madam Speaker, contains the Liberals' so-called infrastructure bank. And we've had several witnesses appearing before the committee who've studied this scheme and are testifying that this bank is being set up to invest in high-risk projects. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance, why is he gambling with $35 billion of hard-earned taxpayers' dollars?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Madam Speaker, I can assure the honourable member in this House that bank, before we undertake any project, will do the proper due diligence by the bank, by the private sector, by the municipal sector, by the provincial sector, people who will be involved in building those infrastructure. Our goal is to make sure that we're there to protect the public interest, to make sure that public dollars are protected, and on the other hand, also build the infrastructure that is required by our Canadian communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battlefords, Lloyd-Minster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For more than a year now, Canadian citizens John Chang and his wife Alison Liu have been held in jail by China's General Administration of Customs. Their company, Lulu Island Winery BC, has successfully exported to China for some 6 years, so they know the system well. The arrest of Mr. Chang and Ms. Liu for a fabricated customs violation is an assault on their basic rights, a breach of China's international trade obligation, and China's own customs laws. This is clearly a trade issue, not a consular issue. Why won't the Prime Minister intervene in this new era of Canada-China relationship?
The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to assure the Honourable Member and all Canadians
that we are following this case very closely. And myself, I had the chance to meet with their daughter, and I spoke with the lawyers. Our government is highly engaged in this file. We are in constant contact with with Chinese local authorities, and we're making sure that we want to resolve this matter as quickly as possible. As you know, Madam Speaker, and as the honourable member knows, due to the Privacy Act, we cannot reveal further details about this matter.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Well, privacy went out the window for the last 13 months, Madam Chair. The family and the Changs deserve a lot better from this government. They've been making application after application, talking about this as a trade issue, not a consular issue. They constantly get this consular issue drivel that really gets no result, gets no resolve done. This is now a matter of timing. 1 week from today, John Chang faces a closed court in Shanghai that will decide his fate. He's had 3 visits in the past 13 months from consular officials. That is just not good enough, Madam Speaker. Canadians deserve and expect a lot better than this from their government when they get in trouble.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, Canadians know very well the track record of this government, this Prime Minister, when defending Canadians abroad. We will never turn our back on Canadians when they need our help abroad. We are very active on this file, Madam Speaker, and we will not stop until we resolve this matter.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Madam Speaker, the Phoenix fiasco at its core is a scandal about the government not paying its employees. If this was any other workplace, this would have been solved months ago. But instead, the Liberal government's main response is to blame the Conservatives.
Right.
Well, it was this Liberal government who authorized the implementation of Phoenix, and it's this Liberal government who refuses to put in place a permanent solution. While workers are not getting paid, my question to the government, have they been paying IBM on time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services.
Madam Speaker, of course, this government is deploying all of the resources that it has at its disposal, both human and financial, in support of fixing these problems that were left to us by the Conservatives. I can assure the honourable member, in Saskatoon, in Saskatchewan, and right across this country, there are hundreds of public servants, hundreds of people working today at this very moment on resolving these problems that we are all very eager to resolve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I found out this week that employees of the Drummond Institution got a letter asking them to reimburse emergency salary advances they received during the Phoenix pay system crisis. They all agree to reimburse the money, but what's unfortunate and shocking is that they're being asked to reimburse in a very short time frame without taking into account the fact that they're still owed money because of the Phoenix fiasco. Can the government admit its responsibility here and be more empathetic toward these employees who are victims of this scandal?
Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Madam Speaker, I can state that this government takes the problems associated with the Phoenix pay system very seriously. This was left to us by the opposition party. We are deploying all possible financial and human resources across the country, throughout Quebec, including in my riding of Gatineau, and I can assure public servants who are working on the system have been thanked, and I can thank all public servants across Canada. And I can assure them we will get a payroll system that meets our expectations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada has the 3rd highest beer tax in the world, yet the Liberals' budget contains an escalator tax on beer sales. Thanks to this poorly thought-out scheme to fleece Canadians, every year on April 1st, the cost of beer will automatically increase. This tax will hurt consumers, brewers, and many other spin-off industries in Canada. Will the Liberals cancel this ill-thought-out, permanently increasing tax hike on beer?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Everyone in Canada should pay their fair share of taxes. Budget 2017 proposes to increase taxes on alcohol products. And the first increase, I might had, Mr. Speaker, in over 30 years. The 2% increase amounts to about 5 cents per 24 bottles of beer. The inflationary adjustment will provide alcohol producers with greater certainty in the future and follow similar steps taken by many other provinces. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
The Liberal war on history continues. Groups celebrating our history in the 150th anniversary of Confederation have been told they can't. The Annapolis Valley Project, showcasing the region's contribution to Canada's founding, has been told no by Ottawa. Instead, Canada 150 funds, $500,000, went to former Liberal Cabinet Minister Ken Dryden for his project, a TV show modestly called We Are Canada, described as just tedious TV by the Globe and Mail. It was helpfully broadcast on the taxpayer-funded CBC. Why is this Liberal government taking money from community groups and giving it to former Liberal politicians?
The Honourable Minister of Heritage Canada.
Mr. Speaker, we're extremely proud of everything we're doing in line with Canada 150. We believe in the importance of our four themes: youth, environment, reconciliation with Indigenous people, and diversity and inclusion. And we want Canadians to be able to celebrate across the country. We want to make sure that all regions are adequately represented, that of course we are making sure that this process is non-partisan, and ultimately that this is the year to celebrate. And so let's celebrate Canada 150 all together. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Liberals always find a way to take care of their friends. As we've seen this week, no former Liberal Cabinet Minister is ever left behind. And when I commented that it was inappropriate for the CBC to receive Canada 150 funding on top of their annual $1 billion from the taxpayers, the CBC's taxpayer-funded lobbyists corrected me. The Canada 150 money went to Ken Dryden, not the CBC. In fact, the CBC paid even more tax dollars to the former Liberal minister's project. Why is it that the only history that can make it past the Liberal war on history is someone's past history as a Liberal minister?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, as I already mentioned, we have 4 important themes in the context of Canada 150. And one of it, of course, is engaging with young people. We Are Canada was reviewed by my department and recommended as it met the eligibility criteria as a Canada 150 community project. And I really invite all members of this House to participate in Canada 150 projects, because this is a great year for Canada. Yes.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, this summer, as we celebrate Canada 150, the National Capital Region prides itself on welcoming tourists from across Canada and around the world. Be it the National Arts Centre, the National Gallery, restaurants, music festivals, museums, there is so much to see and do. The tourism industry supports over 13,000 jobs in our region. Will the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Tourism please update this House on what our government is doing to support tourism in the National Capital Region and across the country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Tourism.
I thank my colleague for her passion and excellent work in the tourism industry.
Many communities have much to share with the world. Last week, the Minister of Small Business and Tourism announced Canada's new vision. This is our pan-Canadian approach to improving tourism marketing, making it easier to get here, developing new experiences such as Indigenous tourism, LGBTQ tourism, culinary tourism, and so much more. Canada's tourism industry is vital to our economy. It supports more than 1.7 million jobs, thousands of small businesses. I encourage everyone to explore not only the Ottawa...
Honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Defence claims that the RCAF doesn't have the resources necessary to take care of its obligations towards NORAD and NATO simultaneously. But we found out that 6 CF-18s will be deployed in Iceland and then in Romania for another period. If there is a deficit in capacity, how can Canada give up 6 planes for such a long period? Was the minister the architect of the capacity deficit? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. This is why we're considering having an interim fleet of 18 Hornets to increase the CF-18 fleet so until the permanent replacements are in place. Our needs for defence, both in the long term and short term, will always be fulfilled. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Madam Speaker, this week is National Road Safety Week. As my colleagues know, impaired driving is a serious crime that kills and injures thousands of Canadians each year. In 2015, the police recorded 72,000 impaired driving incidents. 3,000 were directly related to drug consumption.
Justice, explain what our government is doing to address this serious issue of impaired driving and to make our roads safer for all Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Brassard for her question and for her efforts in this case.
We are proud to have introduced Bill C-46, which will make Canada a world leader in the fight against alcohol and drug-impaired driving. The proposed legislation will reform the entire impaired driving regime in the criminal code. It will strengthen existing drug and alcohol-impaired driving laws by creating new offences and making the law more efficient to enforce, simpler and more coherent for all Canadians. For this year's National Safe Driving Week, I encourage all members of this House to work with our government.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, since the Liberal government has been in power, the citizens of my riding have been afflicted by increases of taxes of all kinds. The cancellation of family activity tax credits, the addition of supplementary payroll taxes and new consumption taxes. Yesterday, the Liberals confirmed they will impose a carbon tax on all provinces. By 2022, the price at the pump will increase by 12 cents, which will increase the price of groceries. Will the Liberals stop this, or is it just the beginning? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our government made a commitment to grow the economy, support the middle class, and those who are working hard to join it. The first thing the government did is offer a tax cut to the middle class, and then the opposition voted against that measure. We'd also increase taxes for the richest, and surprise once again, the opposition voted against it. We established the Canada Child Benefit. Once again, the opposition voted against it. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the government repeats that it's working very, very hard to counter tax evasion and tax avoidance, we found out that $231 billion went to tax havens last year. Barbados, Luxembourg, Cayman Islands, nothing's too beautiful for these profiteers. So I'd like to ask the government whether it's satisfied with its strategy to fight tax havens when we're talking about $231,000 million that is not being paid in tax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is fully committed to combating tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. We know that we must work hard to ensure that our tax system is fair and responsive to all Canadians. That is why our government has made unprecedented investments in the Canada Revenue Agency. In our first budget, we invested $444 million, in addition to $524 million in budget 2017, Madam Speaker. This is to ensure that our actions are showing tangible results. Last year, our offshore and domestic audit activities enabled us to recoup $13 billion, Madam Speaker. We know we'll continue to work for Canadians. That's what Canadians expect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, the government's great efforts are quite something. $231 billion in tax havens. That's almost two-thirds of the GDP of Quebec. In this regard, a former Liberal candidate, Marois Risky, said this in the Journal de Montréal about these great efforts by Ottawa. She says it's a masquerade, it's a dog's breakfast. She said this, Canada's asleep at the wheel. Why is the government content with running after small fry and allowing the sharks of finance do whatever they please?
To the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, as I just stated, CRA continues to take important steps and is making progress in cracking down on tax cheats and ensuring a tax system that is more responsive and fair to all Canadians. In the last year budget, the agency has taken significant action on several fronts to identify and deal with tax cheats, building on the previous investment of $444 million, Madam Speaker. Budget 2017 invest an additional $524 million to crack down on tax evasion and improve compliance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable
Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government has reduced transfers in health care, and of course that has a direct effect on sick people. It has abandoned our cheese producers and refuses to provide loan guarantees to the forest industry that is facing a new softwood lumber crisis. It offers no improvement in regular employment insurance benefits. This government and the Minister of National Revenue is unaware that this laxist attitude and refusal to act this regarding KPMG or tax havens directly affects the sick, workers, and the unemployed. The Honourable
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I said, our government is fully committed to combating tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. We know that we must work hard to ensure that our tax system is fair and responsive to all Canadians. That's why our government has made unprecedented investments in the CRA. In our first budget, we invested $444 million in the CRA, and budget 2017, we added $524 million to better target high-risk taxpayers and to make sure that we have the best tools available at our disposal to close in the tax cheats. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. As highlighted in Mary Simon's recent report, there is a great need to develop criteria for Arctic infrastructure projects that reflect the uniqueness of the North. Improving water and wastewater management systems is an urgent infrastructure need that is important to the well-being and prosperity of Nunavut communities. The Minister recently visited Iqaluit and Pungnuktuk, and I was very pleased to join him in Iqaluit for an important funding announcement. Can the Minister inform the House of the government's infrastructure investments in Nunavut? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member mentioned, I was honoured to visit Nunavut and announced alongside with the territorial government and the Honourable Member $230 million in joint funding for 9 projects that will help 19 communities to deal with waste management systems, improve wastewater quality, as well as make further investments to improve the water quality in those communities. We're very proud to be investing and making investments in Nunavut, and we'll continue to work with our partners to build stronger communities in the North. Thank you, Madam.
A point of order, the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A point of order. Earlier, during question period, I asked a question concerning women victims of family violence. The Minister of Status of Women, in her answer, started by saying, "Happy Friday." That was a very serious question, Madam Speaker. A question that required a very serious answer. For women who hear that, well, they're going to think that the Minister doesn't take... I appreciate the comments from the Honourable Member for Hochelaga. However, that is more a point of debate than a point of order. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A point of order. Earlier, in the heat of the action in question period, I used a word which was not appropriate, and I would like to make the following correction. I spoke about a carbon lottery. I should have talked about the carbon market.
The Honourable Member for Carleton has a point of order.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I regret that I am not having a happy Friday, and as a result, I am rising on a point of order with regards to an answer Q954 that was tabled yesterday. Q954 was submitted on April 3rd, 2017, and sought information on how the guide for parliamentary secretaries published by the Privy Council Office in December 2015 applied to trips made by 2 parliamentary secretaries. While this was a simple, straightforward question, incorporated into the answer was a remark totally unrelated to the question. Further, I would argue that this unnecessary insertion had the effect of tarnishing the reputation of a former member of this House of Commons and constitutes an improper use by the government of the process of written questions. In making the case for sponsored travel for parliamentary secretaries, the following appeared in the answer to Q954. Quote, Moreover, John Baird, while he was Minister of Foreign Affairs, traveled to Washington, a trip that was sponsored by the American Israel Political Action Committee. End quote. I suppose the government was trying to make the point that what was good for the conservative goose is good for liberal ganders. However, according to the list of sponsored travel submitted to you, to the Speaker himself, Madam Chair, on March 23rd, 2016, pursuant to subsection 15.3 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, it indicated that Mr. Baird went on this trip on February 28, 2015. On February 3rd, 2015, a full 25 days before the trip in question took place, Mr. Baird announced in this House his resignation from Cabinet, effective immediately. This isn't just sloppy research, Madam Chair, but I contend it is an attempt by the government to use a parliamentary tool, not to aid a member as it is intended, but in an unorthodox manner to distort the facts and smear the reputation of a former member of this House. Beauchesne's 6th edition citation 3 states, and I quote, "More tentative are such traditional features as respect for the rights of the minority, which precludes a government from using to excess the extensive powers that it has to proceed in what the public and the opposition might interpret as unorthodox ways." That is exactly what has happened here, Madam Chair. Whether or not someone was a minister of the government at the time is not a debatable fact. Having factually wrong, damaging information about a former member in a response to an order paper question does not just happen. These responses are reviewed by top advisors to the Prime Minister, the Privy Council Office, and in particular, the Office for the Coordination of Parliamentary Returns. Those parties are all meant to verify that a response is accurate, and normally they do an admirable job, with some notable exceptions that I have brought to your attention in the past. It is not believable that such an erroneous, vindictive, false statement about a former member of the House was drafted or prepared by Privy Council Office officials. They are far too professional in their work to ever have made such an egregious and obvious factual mistake. This was clearly the work of one of the Prime Minister's partisan advisors, who was trying to make a political statement at the expense of a former member and of the truth. I ask that you look into this serious matter, come back to the House with a ruling. I would also ask the Prime Minister, who was responsible for the answer, as it was signed by his own personal parliamentary secretary, on his behalf, to correct the record and to apologize to the Honourable John Baird. In addition, I would like to reserve my right to raise this matter as a question of privilege in the event that the government insists on misleading the House on this matter. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on the same point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will review the answer that was provided, but to provide assurances that we go through hundreds of questions and attempt to provide the best, fullest answers whenever it is possible for us to do so. So I will report back after I've had the opportunity to take a look at what it is the members put on the record today.
Just a minute. La députée de Hochelaga sur le même point.
Honourable Member for Hochelaga, on the same point of order? No, Madam Speaker. On my previous point of order.
I'll be very brief. I note that the member says that the government does respond to hundreds of order paper questions, and that is true, which is precisely why it is so inexplicable that they took the time to insert additional factual errors in this particular response. This was not a mistake of omission. It was a mistake of commission. They committed the error of deliberately inserting false information in an order paper response, all the more egregious by the fact that they have so many other questions that they could be dedicating their time to responding to.
Hear, hear.
So I appreciate the interventions from the member and the supplement from the parliamentary secretary. I will take the information under advisement.
The honourable member for Hochelaga on a point of order. Yes, Madam Speaker. Concerning my point of order from earlier, I'm convinced that it is indeed a point of order, and I had a conversation with the minister. I know that she understands the problem, but I think that for respect for the women who are suffering, she should apologize.
Minister for Status of Women.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague. I ask for forgiveness. I understand that every 6 days in this country, a woman is killed in the hands of an intimate partner. I understand that these issues affect 3 out of 10 women that we come across, and I understand that together, if we do work together, we can address these issues. I'll definitely be more mindful of my language, absolutely, Madam Speaker, but more importantly, I'll continue to be a force with all my colleagues to ensure that we see tangible change in our generation.
Thank you. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statement by members. Statement by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Carleton Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have an e-petition signed by 542 Canadians and a paper petition signed by over 100 more, calling on the Minister of Finance to reform the Canada Pension Plan to allow anyone diagnosed with a terminal illness who has contributed to CPP for 20 years or more be allowed to claim disability benefits regardless of the date of their last contribution. This issue was brought to my attention by my constituent, Les Mills, who retired early but was then sadly diagnosed with terminal cancer. Because of the current rules, Les is unlikely to ever benefit from CPP even though he contributed for many years. Les and these petitioners would like to see the rules changed so that this situation is not repeated in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I would ask that the following questions be that will be answered today. Question 952, question 953, and question 957. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 951 and 955 could be made orders of return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and then I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On a point of order, in response to a question of privilege that was brought forward, I am rising to respond to that question of privilege raised by the member for Montcalm on May the 4th, 2017, on the rights of the non-recognized parties. The member alleges that the representatives from the non-recognized parties are unable to sit on committees, participate in the consideration of parliamentary reform, and that time allocation limits the participation of such members from debate. He alleges that this impinges these members from discharging their parliamentary functions. Let me take the member's grievance in the order in which they were raised. First, the member from Moncton states that the members from the non-recognized parties are barred from committee, and in particular were barred from participating in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee deliberations on Standing Order changes. This is simply not accurate, Madam Speaker. Standing Order 119 provides, and I quote, any member of the House who is not a member of a standing committee, special or legislative committee may take part in a public proceedings of the committee, but may not vote or move any motion nor be part of any quorum. End of quote. I would also add that all committees have adopted a motion to allow members from non-recognized parties to participate in committees by moving amendments to bills and to speak to those amendments. There have also been instances where members from recognized parties have allowed members from non-recognized parties to use their speaking slots in committee so they too can be heard. The member stated that members from non-recognized parties were not able to participate in the deliberations at the Procedures and House Affairs Committee on the motion put forward by the member from Costa Bay Central Notre Dame. Perhaps the member from Montcalm is unaware that his colleague, the member from Pierre Boucher Les Patriots, participated in debate at the committee on the aforementioned motion. Secondly, the member's statement that making changes to the standing orders requires consensus and doing otherwise would not have been in keeping with the practices and customs of the House. This is simply not the case. In 1991, the Conservative government unilaterally made significant changes to the standing orders without the support of any opposition parties. Changes were also made to the standing order in 1913, 1968, and 2014 without consensus. Third, the notion that the use of time allocation impedes the ability of members from non-recognized parties to speak has been a subject of Speaker's rulings. On November 26, 2014, the Speaker stated on this matter the following, and I quote, as early as 1993, Speaker Fraser spoke of limits of the Speaker's authority in relation to the use of time allocation. Speaker Fraser stated, I have to advise the House that the rule is clear. It is within the government's discretion to use it. I cannot find any lawful way that I can exercise a discretion which would unilaterally break a very specific rule. End of quote. There are natural limits to the ability of non-recognized members to participate in debate. Opposition days rarely afford the ability of such members to speak on a matter before the House. In some cases, private members' business also can have the same effect. Naturally, not every member of the House can speak to every debatable motion. Page 648 of the second edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practices states, and I quote, when asked to determine the acceptability of a motion to limit the debate, the Speaker does not judge the importance of the issue in question or whether the reasonable time has been allowed for debate, but strictly addresses the acceptability of the procedure followed. Speakers have therefore ruled that the procedurally acceptable motion to limit the ability of members to speak on a given motion before the House does not constitute a prima facie breach of privilege. End of quote. Fourth, and finally, the member submits that the non-recognized parties were not informed of government's intentions regarding the procedural amendments at the same time as recognized parties. The member alleges that this unequal treatment is a breach of privilege. I would note that the correspondence to which the member refers was a letter written to the government House leader from the opposition House leaders. Perhaps the member should raise with the opposition House leaders why the members from the Bloc and the member from Saanich Gulf Islands and the member from Nunavut were not included. Mr. Speaker, our government had proposed sensible reforms to empower all members of the House to more effectively participate in the legislative process. The opposition parties and members from the Bloc and the member from Saanich Gulf Islands rejected those proposals. I submit that the issue raised by the member from Montcalm do not in any way meet the threshold of constituting a prima facie breach of privilege. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point d'ordre, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The member for Joliette. Thank you. On the same subject, I carefully listened to the statement made by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Leader, and I wish to repeat the requests made by my colleague from Montcalm regarding the defense of our rights MPs who are not part of an officially recognized party. What has been said is perhaps true in theory, but in the facts, when we want to speak at committee, if these are subjects that are less interesting than usual, yes, we get to speak, but as soon as things get juicy, it's no longer possible. Last year, when there was the testimony from KPMG about tax havens, we had many questions to ask, but we were not able to get any time, except for maybe 15 seconds at the end, and we weren't able to get an answer. We cannot invite witnesses to appear before a committee. We can make amendments to bills and suggest amendments that change the text, but we don't have this option without the unanimous consent of the other members. It would take just one member who is opposed for us to be blocked. As my colleague from Montcalm was saying, the rules of internal economy do not allow us to well defend our citizens' interests as other MPs can. All MPs are equal, but some are more equal than others. And so we would ask the chair to defend us, and we are counting on you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Alors, j'apprécie les commentaires.
I appreciate the comments of the member for Joliette, as well as the information provided by the parliamentary secretary. I will take this information. It will be evaluated, and I am sure that the Speaker will provide a response in the coming days.
Debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Oh, sorry. Oh, je l'ai fait avant. Okay. Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming debate. Oh, sorry. We have to let him speak, eh?
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming reading of C-46. An act to amend the criminal code, offenses relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Second reading.
Malahat Langford. I think he just likes to hear his writing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to start by thanking the Minister of Justice for introducing this bill in conjunction with C-45, the Cannabis Act. I think it is good that this bill was brought forward for debate in the House before C-45, as I think that robust laws against drug-impaired driving should be well in place before legalization occurs. The last thing we need with the legalization of cannabis is for people to start using the drug and thinking it is safe to drive a motor vehicle. And I think in conjunction with this bill, Madam Speaker, a clear message needs to be sent to Canadians on the dangers of impaired driving. In 2015, police reported 72,039 impaired driving incidents, representing a rate of 201 incidents per 100,000 population. This is the lowest rate since data was collected on impaired driving in 1986. It represents a 65% drop, and it was 4% lower than what was reported in 2014. In the same year, police reported 122 incidents causing death and 596 incidents causing bodily harm. And that compares to 1986, when there were 196 and 1,581 of these incidents, respectively. When the size of the population in those years is taken into consideration, these figures correspond to rate decreases of 55% and 73%, respectively. Over the past 30 years, all provinces have seen substantial decreases in their impaired driving rates, and this is a good thing. However, it should be known that impaired driving is still one of the leading causes of criminal death in Canada. And with one of the worst impaired driving records in the OECD, we certainly need a public awareness campaign that is effective and well-funded. When this bill receives royal assent, Part 1 will come into force immediately. It makes amendments to the current sections of the Criminal Code from Section 253 through to 259, mostly to update them for drug-impaired driving. Drug-impaired driving has been a criminal offense since 1925, but in the wake of big changes coming to our drug laws, they are in sore need of an update. We need to keep drivers off the roads if they are impaired by drug use, and we need to ensure that the drivers being stopped are actually impaired. The proposed plans are to use roadside oral screeners that are approved by the Drugs and Driving Committee. These screeners purport to be able to check THC in the body, which may or may not be directly connected to impairment. The police could only demand that someone be subjected to these tests if they have reasonable suspicion to believe that the driver is impaired. This could be due to the driver weaving or swerving on the road. The driver might exhibit symptoms such as red eyes or smell strongly of marijuana. The test takes about 10 minutes to administer and will give a reading of whether or not THC, the active ingredient marijuana, is in the body. The bill does not have clear limits on how much marijuana in saliva qualifies as impairment. And, Madam Speaker, it is very important that we have a science-backed initiative that stops impaired drivers in their tracks. The government has offered some recommendations for new penalties for the amounts of THC in the body. The first offense is a summary conviction for drivers with low levels of drugs in their body. The current proposed limit, which will be set by regulation, would be 2 nanograms of THC. The second offense for higher amounts would come in with a per se limit of 5 nanograms, and the third offense is for having high levels of drugs and alcohol in the body. It is clear that drivers who test positive for both agents have greater odds of making an error than drivers positive for either alcohol or cannabis alone. Madam Speaker, Part 2 of this bill will come into force 180 days after this bill receives royal assent, and it will completely rewrite the criminal code on impaired driving and include updates to drug-impaired driving that I just mentioned. Part 1 amended the existing sections of the code to provide for a transition period for provincial governments and police services, but after 180 days, Part 2 will effectively repeal everything from Section 249 to 261 and add an entirely new series of sections after Section 320.1. Of note, there are significant changes to the penalties for impaired driving. The penalty for dangerous driving causing death will be increased to life imprisonment, which is up from the current 14-year penalties. Strong penalties are imperative when it comes to impaired driving because the taking of someone's life while driving impaired is the result of a conscious decision, and it must be treated with the same severity as a homicide. But our approach in the NDP, Mr. Speaker, has not just been about more penalties for this offence, but we want to seek ways also to educate and deter the behaviour in the first place. And for that reason, we will be looking for the government to take the lead on a public awareness campaign that promotes deterrence before anyone gets behind the wheel. The statistics show that a decline has been occurring in alcohol-related incidents, so this has been working in previous efforts. One of the major changes to this legislation comes from the removal of the need for reasonable suspicion to administer an approved screening device. Currently, the police need reasonable grounds for suspicion to demand a breath sample, as per Section 254, subsection 2. Police can develop a reasonable suspicion by seeing a car swerving, by the smell on a driver, or if a driver has admitted to having drinks, has slurred speech. These allow the police to form a reasonable suspicion to demand a breath sample, and is currently a very important part of our laws. And the section that's being amended does have some constitutional considerations. Now, the government has stated that an estimated 50% of people who are stopped and are over the legal limit are able to pass through current detection methods, and it is indeed one of the reasons they have given for removing the need to have reasonable suspicion to check for a breath sample. Now, many civil liberties groups have raised concerns about this change, as they are concerned that certain visible minority groups could be disproportionately targeted. And concerns about this are justified. We need look no further than the experience of police street checks in Toronto, known as carding. While black residents in Toronto made up just 8.3% of the population, they accounted for 25% of the cards the police wrote from 2008 to mid-2011. What would happen, Mr. Speaker, if we applied these statistics to random breath tests? Say that visible minorities made up 8.3% of the driving population that was pulled over in a lawful traffic stop, but they accounted for 25% of the demanded breath samples by police. This underlines some of the dangers we can face when we allow police to have that discretionary power, and I think it's a point that needs to be examined in detail. Random and mandatory breath tests for alcohol screening could be challenged under Section 8 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which provides the right to be secure against unreasonable search or seizure. It could also be challenged under Section 9, which is the right not to be arbitrarily detained or imprisoned. Now, the government has assured this House that the invasion of privacy would be minimal in the case of a roadside test in which police officers already have the right to demand several types of information from drivers. The Department of Justice has said, and I quote, "The information revealed from a breath sample is, like the production of a driver's license, simply information about whether a driver is complying with one of the conditions imposed in the highly regulated context of driving," end quote. Warrantless roadside breathalyzer tests raise constitutional concerns, and they can only be saved by Section 1 of the Charter by weighing the infringement against the public good served by fighting drunk driving and by the officer's assurance that they have reasonable grounds to suspect a crime has occurred. Many in the legal community have noted that if the law is changed to remove this constitutional safeguard, the reasonable grounds for suspicion, then it can no longer be saved by Section 1. Section 1 provides for reasonable limits to the rights in the Charter only if they can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. So for a Section 1 analysis, Mr. Speaker, the HoC case of the Supreme Court provides a good backdrop, and it states that the measures adopted must be carefully designed to achieve the objective in question. They must not be arbitrary, unfair, or based on irrational considerations. In short, they must be rationally connected to the objective. The means, even if rationally connected to the objective in the first sense, should impair as little as possible the right or freedom in question. We also know that in the Ladouceur decision, where the Supreme Court wrestled with the issue of random stops of civilian vehicles by police, the minority opinion stated there were serious implications with such a power. They stated that the decision of a police officer may be based on any whim. Some may tend to stop younger drivers, older cars, and so on. Racial considerations could be a factor. It is indeed a thorny issue, and it's not easily settled after a few hours of debate. Now, one of the great constitutional experts of Canada, Professor Peter HoC, has mentioned in the past that random breath testing would infringe Charter rights, but the benefit of public safety from reducing crashes and deaths would be so strong that it would be upheld in court. It would, in other words, be a reasonable limit on constitutional rights and freedoms. He wrote at the time that the invasion of the driver's privacy is minor and transitory and not much different from existing obligations to provide evidence of licensing, ownership, and insurance. However, it should be noted that Professor HoC was referring to random stops, such as a checkpoint. This is a scenario where every driver passing through is subject to random breath testing, so there's no room for discriminatory practice. With the way C-46 is written, it would allow for a police officer to have all of the control in deciding when to pull out an approved testing device that is on his or her decision, or on his or her person, and make a demand for a breath sample. We know that the British Columbia Civil Liberties Association has said in the past about mandatory breath testing that giving police the power to act on a whim is not something we want in an open democratic society. And a former Liberal health minister has stated in the past that, quote, "We want to make sure that areas are not unnecessarily excessively focused on, and that's why I think that we need to make sure that the legislation is properly drafted with appropriate constraints and guidelines for the police," end quote. We need to bring civil liberties experts to the Justice Committee so that we can study this in depth. Canadians have rights and freedoms that need to be protected, so to take them away must be met with the utmost scrutiny, and I do look forward to getting this bill to committee to do just that. We also need Canadians to be aware that drug-impaired driving is a dangerous act and illegal. This campaign must increase the knowledge that there is a range of health, social, and legal consequences. Drug-impaired drivers are a danger to themselves and to others on the road. The use of cannabis before driving can cause slower reaction times, which increase the risk of being involved in a crash that could result in injury or death. Attempts to compensate may be at the expense of vehicle control and including reaction time, reflecting deficits in the ability to allocate attention. Social strategies need to be developed, like designated driver programs where there may be alcohol or cannabis present. The incidence of driving after cannabis use, particularly among young Canadians, may be attributable in part to the fact that they do not necessarily perceive their driving ability to be adversely affected. After alcohol, cannabis is one of the most commonly detected substances among drivers arrested for impaired driving. We have to create a culture that doesn't accept the use of cannabis and the operation of a motor vehicle. Impaired driving is one of the most litigated sections of the criminal code, and this stress on our justice system needs to be seen in the context of the Jordan decision. I think one of the benefits of removing the criminalization of cannabis eventually, when we get to it, is that judges and the justice system will have more time to deal with more serious offenses. It is unfortunate that the Liberals have refused to move on decriminalization of marijuana as an interim measure, because we believe the current laws unfairly target youth and racialized Canadians for simple possession. There is a crisis in our justice system as we speak. I know the government is trying to move ahead, but we believe that this interim measure could have been a very effective one. We certainly need to see more Crown prosecutors, judges, more courtrooms, and support staff to run the effective justice system that Canadians can have confidence in. Madam Speaker, I just want to talk a little bit about the difficulty in checking for impairment, because when it comes to checking for impairment from cannabis, it looks like there's still a lot of work to be done. The detection and assessment of cannabis use among drivers is considerably more complex than for alcohol. And we do not want to be arresting people who are not actually impaired. There are drug recognition experts in Canada that undergo training to ensure they can see impairment. Unfortunately, we only have about 600 of these officers, and we will probably need at least 2,000 new trained officers to meet the demand to combat this problem. It's unclear how much THC it takes to impair a driver, according to the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse. The Canadian Bar Association's official periodical, the National Magazine, published an article last month titled, "Will the New Roadside Testing Rules Pass a Charter Challenge?" The article noted that the science behind saliva tests for THC remains far from perfect, and that Canadians may be subjected to questionable scientific schemes and subjective police arbiters on impairment, which will put their liberty at stake. Peak levels of THC depends on how it enters the body. It's different for when a person ingests it or inhales it, and so these can have varying times on when a person is impaired and how long it lasts. There's also the question of people who smoke marijuana maybe once a week or even once a month versus those habitual users who may have the THC stay in their body for far longer. In other words, regular users of marijuana are continually drug affected, so the regular users of marijuana must realize that THC is generally more detectable in their systems than the bodies of periodic or episodic users of marijuana. The Criminal Defense Lawyers Association of Manitoba, has stated that the saliva test doesn't really tell you a lot because the effects of marijuana can stay in the system for anyone up to 30 days, which is far longer than alcohol. This legislation measures marijuana using nanograms in the blood, which is an imperfect measure because users metabolize the drug differently. One person may be substantially impaired after a relatively small amount of marijuana, while someone else may be only moderately impaired after the same dose. The Canadian Medical Association has asked for, quote, a clear and reliable process for identifying, testing, and imposing the consequences on individuals who use marijuana and drive. That absolutely needs to be in place nationally prior to legalization," end quote. The National Director of the DRE program in the RCMP has stated that toxicology tests indicate that a drug has been consumed, but unlike a breathalyzer, they don't indicate how long ago the drug was consumed. The devices are also very expensive, so we want to ensure that they do what we need them to do. And then there's also the cost, Madam Speaker, because it has been reported that the saliva tests can cost between $20 and $40. And this is just compared to the few cents of the breathalyzer test. So obviously the government, in rolling out this legislation, is going to have to budget the adequate resources, not only in officers, but in sampling devices, to ensure that we have confidence that the system and the law is being upheld. So, Madam Speaker, I think I will now move on to my conclusion. And I will just want to note that there was a recent NANO survey that was conducted between April 29th and May 5th that reached 1,000 Canadians and was considered accurate within 3.1%, 19 times out of 20. It found that only 44% of respondents supported or somewhat supported the proposals contained in C46, while 55% were opposed or somewhat opposed. And I only mention to the government to highlight that it clearly has some work to do in convincing Canadians that these increased police powers are needed. We know that countries like Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland, which have instituted measures such as mandatory alcohol testing and random breath testing, have all seen substantial reduction in alcohol-related accidents and deaths. So this is definitely something that Parliament will need to consider with this bill. The NDP will support any bill in principle that is aimed at stopping impaired driving. But we need to focus on smart deterrence to actually prevent these tragedies. We need a robust public awareness campaign before legalization comes into effect. With it being the leading cause of criminal death in Canada and the fact that we have one of the worst impaired driving records in the OECD, these campaigns are very important. I will want to know how this campaign will be rolled out. I do worry about the reliability of machines checking for impairment from THC. I'm very interested in hearing from civil liberties groups and the legal community on removing the reasonable suspicion requirement for breath samples. There's still many questions that we have, and I look forward to getting this legislation to committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to begin by commending the member from Cowichan, Mahat Langford, for his very thoughtful review of Bill C-46 and the issues that need consideration as we move forward with this legislation, particularly in committee. And I also want to say, Madam Speaker, how much I look forward to working with the member opposite on those issues in committee, because I think the issues that he raises and that we're very well aware of are important for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, in response to a number of the issues raised, I wanted to just ask him. First of all, he quoted a recent public opinion poll, and I would agree with the member opposite that sometimes the responsibility of leaders within Parliament is to turn heads, not merely to count heads. And we do have a responsibility to make sure that Canadians understand the seriousness of this offence and how the new legislation as proposed and the new authorities and requirements on drivers that would be imposed by this legislation can actually make a difference. The member opposite referenced the Oaks decision, Madam Speaker, in which four steps were taken, including whether or not the changes that were proposed were sufficiently an important objective in order to justify minor infringements of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And if I may quote, the member from Outremont a number of years ago in 2012 said that random breath testing will not only save provincial governments money, but will save at least 200 lives per year. And given that statement, which I agree with, does the member believe that this is a sufficiently important objective in order to meet the constitutional requirement under Section 1 that this be a sufficiently important objective?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention in question. Earlier this week, I did have a conversation with the member for Outremont, and I've had many conversations with members in the NDP caucus. And I will note, Madam Speaker, that in previous parliaments, members from all parties have at some point confirmed their support for random breath testing. That being said, I would not be doing my duty as a parliamentarian, as someone who upholds charter rights, who thinks they're very important, to not do my due diligence on this particular aspect to the bill. So in response to the Parliamentary Secretary, that's why I am offering my support for this bill at second reading. I support the principles, the fact that we need to treat impaired driving with the seriousness that it deserves, that we need that robust public awareness campaign. But it's why I support it getting to the Justice Committee, which I'm fortunate to sit on as the Vice Chair, so that I can then conduct further examinations with the experts who will be testifying. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his speech, a well-thought and well-researched speech as well. And given the fact that he's the Vice Chair of the Justice and Legal Committee, he spoke about the need for some substantive amendments to this bill. Clearly on this side of the House, on the opposition side, we feel that there's some substantive amendments that are required of this bill. My question to the member is, how much confidence does he have in the ability of any possible amendments moving through either committee or further through to this House going forward, given the circumstances that we've seen with the Liberals controlling the majority and not necessarily listening to what perhaps some of those amendments should be and not implementing them, and certainly ramming a lot of things through this House.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
I'd like to thank my Conservative colleague for the question. I think the Justice Committee has been one of the finest committees that I've had the pleasure on sitting on. We have a very good working relationship, and yes, sometimes the Liberal members on committee will use their way to get their votes, but I have seen other instances, notably with Bill S-201, where Liberal members on the Justice Committee listened to the evidence and went against Cabinet's recommendation. And I think that was actually one of the finest moments I have ever seen in my short parliamentary career, because evidence outweighed what the Cabinet wanted, and we eventually, this House, got that bill passed into royal assent. So, I don't want to prejudge what the committee will hear, but I intend to do my part on that committee and to work with my colleagues, both Conservatives and Liberals, to ensure that any bill that's reported back to the House is one that we can all have faith in. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask the honourable member, as a resident of British Columbia and familiar with the measures that province has taken with administrative penalties for kind of operating on the precautionary principle that if somebody is perhaps in a dangerous situation due to possible impairment, that the primary objective is to get them off the road, at least for a short period of time. And I'm wondering if he'd care to comment on whether or not that kind of approach and structure might be something that all jurisdictions in Canada would look at as this legislation comes forward.
Honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. Yes, I think British Columbia has seen some success in that measure, and really it's up to various provincial governments, because using the criminal law sometimes can be a very onerous task. We all know how litigated this particular section of the criminal code is, and the strains on our justice system in general. So if provinces want to enact various statutes under the highways authority that they have to put forward these administrative policies or provisions with the overall goal of getting someone off the road, be it for a 24-hour or 48-hour period, I think absolutely all provincial jurisdictions could take their time to look at that measure and judge whether it is in the interests of their own regional populations.
Comments? The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his very thoughtful speech on this very important issue. My question is, I know that some provinces have asked for some federal funding to make sure that police officers know how to identify more effectively people who are under the impacts of cannabis. But for my concerns is really around the racialization. We know that again and again, people who are identified easily by what they look like are often pulled over and looked at more vigorously by the police. I'm wondering, as well as getting training for the police officers on how to identify people who are under the influence of cannabis, if we could encourage this government as well to make sure that there's proper training or some sort of measures that will make sure that when those racialized young people are targeted, that there's more accountability. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Yeah, I mean, when we look at the way the section of the bill is written that is causing a lot of consternation amongst civil liberties groups and members of the legal community, it does allow a police officer quite a lot of discretion in if they have that approved testing device on their person, they can just decide on a whim who they administer it to. And if this provision somehow makes it through this House still intact, I think it's incumbent upon the Liberal government and even all provincial governments to make sure that police have the training that's necessary so that we can have confidence, visible minorities in Canada have confidence that the police are not acting arbitrarily, that they have a reason for administering the tests and so on. So I think my colleague raises an important question. All the more reason that I want to get this to committee so that we have experts weigh in on it and we can make an informed decision. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have a time for a brief question. The honourable member for Fleetwood-Port Kells.
Oh, thank you again, Madam Speaker. One of the issues that in my career at the Insurance Corporation of BC and my first job there was to promote the counterattack drinking driving program. And it was the issue of the problem drinkers who drive. And I'm wondering, it may, extend beyond the, the mandate of the preview of the scope of this legislation, but I wonder if the member could comment on perhaps some complementary activities that need to be considered in order to get closer to a total resolution of this problem.
Answer from the member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, one that comes to mind immediately is some pubs in some communities now have invested funds in shuttle buses so that they can get their customers home safely at night. And in fact, those kind of programs attract a loyal customer base because they know they can go and have an enjoyable evening at the establishment and know they're going to get home safely. So I point that out as a complementary program set up by the private sector, which I think has worked really well in communities like mine.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Hear, hear. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to rise in the House and join in the second reading debate on Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code for offences related to conveyances. Madam Speaker, I am proud to be able to speak in support of this proposed legislation. If passed, our government is convinced that Bill C-46 will reduce the number of deaths and injuries caused by impaired drivers. Our roads and highways will be safer for our efforts. The bill proposes to address both alcohol and drug-impaired driving, but I intend to focus my remarks primarily on the elements that address drug-impaired driving. Before I outline the proposals in Bill C-46, I would like to emphasize that driving while impaired by a drug is currently a criminal offence in Canada and has been since 1925. Madam Speaker, rest assured that if someone drives while impaired by drugs today, he or she will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Bill C-46 seeks to build on the existing offence by authorizing new tools and creating new offences to make Canada one of the world's leaders in the fight against impaired driving. To enforce this existing offence of driving while impaired by drugs, the Criminal Code currently authorizes the police to conduct standardized field sobriety tests at the roadside. These tests can include asking the driver to walk a straight line, balance on one leg, a number of other tests of physical and motor skills. The Criminal Code also authorizes more sophisticated drug recognition evaluations at the police station by highly trained drug recognition evaluators once the police officer has reasonable grounds to believe, based on roadside tests or otherwise, that the driver is impaired. The drug recognition evaluation consists of a 12-step protocol to determine whether or not a driver is impaired by a drug and includes testing such things as balance, pupil size, and blood pressure. These tools have been effective since their legislative introduction in 2008 and have led to an increase in the detection of drug-impaired drivers across our country. And yet, Madam Speaker, despite these measures, drug-impaired driving on our roads continues to increase. Clearly, more needs to be done in advance of our proposed legislation and strict regulation of cannabis. Madam Speaker, it's also been mentioned by my colleagues about the need for the training of more drug recognition experts, and our government has, on many occasions, re-emphasized its commitment to ensuring that a drug recognition training program is available and accessible to all Canadian police services so that we may ensure that there are adequately trained experts to conduct these tests. I am pleased to be able to outline the proposals in Bill C-46 that aim to address drug-impaired driving by building on the existing legal framework and proposing new tools and offences to create a stronger impaired driving regime. Bill C-46 proposes to provide law enforcement with the authority to demand that a driver provide an oral fluid sample at the roadside in order to be analyzed by a roadside oral fluid drug screener if they have reasonable suspicion that the driver has drugs in their body. Reasonable suspicion, Madam Speaker, is a well-understood standard in the criminal law and can be developed through a number of observations, including such things as red eyes, muscle tremors, abnormal speech patterns, and, of course, the smell of cannabis. These oral fluid drug screeners would detect the presence of a drug in a driver's oral fluid, and they would provide the officer with information that could be used to develop reasonable and probable grounds to believe that an impaired driving offence has occurred. Once an officer has reasonable and probable grounds to believe that the offence has occurred, they then have the authority to demand a sample of blood from the driver and, as well, bring them before a drug recognition expert for evaluation. The oral fluid drug screeners would detect THC, cocaine, and methamphetamine as well. In the future, more drugs will be able to be detected by the technology of these oral fluid drug screeners as their technology evolves. And, Madam Speaker, if I may, I forgot to mention earlier that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Oakville North Burlington. Madam Speaker, in addition to authorizing these additional tools for police, the bill proposes 3 new criminal offences, being overprescribed legal drug limit within 2 hours of driving. These offences would be proven through a blood sample and would relieve the Crown of the burden of proving that a driver was impaired. It would be enough to prove that they had an illegal level of drugs in their blood. The first offence would be a straight summary conviction offence. The second and third offences would be hybrid offences. The second one would apply to drugs alone, while the third would apply to drugs when used in combination with alcohol. Madam Speaker, you may have noticed that although the proposed offences are in this bill, the actual prohibited drug levels are not. This is because the drug levels are to be set by regulation, which comes into force at the same time or close to the same time as the proposed offences. The responsibility for setting the prohibited levels by regulation is that of the Minister of Justice, who has the ability to revise the regulations more quickly and efficiently in response to scientific developments. This is the approach that is currently taken in setting prohibited drug levels in the United Kingdom, and I believe it is the wisest course of action. Other impairing drugs would be included in the regulations, but if I may, I'd like to focus on the proposed levels for tetrahydrocannabinol, the primary impairing component of cannabis. For the straight summary conviction offence, the proposed level for THC would be between 2 and 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood. The proposed penalty for this offence is a maximum fine of $1,000 and a discretionary prohibition for driving for up to 1 year. The proposed level of THC for the drug alone hybrid offence would be at over 5 nanograms of THC per milliliter of blood. And for the hybrid offence addressing drugs when used in combination with alcohol, the proposed levels of THC would be 2.5 nanograms per milliliter of blood in combination with 50 milligrams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood. Madam Speaker, the penalties for these 2 new hybrid offences would be the same as for alcohol-impaired driving, and they would include a mandatory minimum penalty of $1,000 on a first offence, 30 days imprisonment on a second offence, and 120 days imprisonment on a third or subsequent offence. One final element of the proposed offences that I would like to address, Madam Speaker, concerns the time frame in which the proposed legal limit offence can be committed. Members may have noticed that the offence is worded to capture drivers with a prohibited level of drugs in their blood within 2 hours of driving and not at the time of driving. This proposed formulation reflects a number of significant policy goals. First, unlike with alcohol, it is not possible to determine calculate from a blood sample in which a driver's blood alcohol concentration would have been at the time of driving. That is why within the 2 hours of framework is necessary. It further addresses, Madam Speaker, the concern of people trying to obstruct the testing process by consuming drugs after driving and then claiming this post-driving consumption was responsible for the illegal drug level. Madam Speaker, I would like to conclude my remarks by addressing a few of the more common questions that I have heard over the past few weeks concerning this bill since its introduction. People have been asking, how much can I smoke before I can drive, or how long after I smoke do I need to wait before it is safe to drive? Madam Speaker, I, of course, understand these questions because for years we have been able to provide general guidance to drivers with respect to alcohol consumption. There is a significant scientific consensus that consuming cannabis impairs the ability to drive. The proposed prescribed THC levels are based on the advice of the Drugs and Driving Committee of the Canadian Society of Forensic Science. This committee provides scientific advice to the Minister of Justice on issues related to drug-impaired driving. Let me be perfectly clear, Madam Speaker. The safest approach for anyone who chooses to choose cannabis is to not mix their consumption with driving. Driving is a privilege and not a right. And if Canadians choose to consume cannabis, they must do so in a socially responsible way by not risking the lives of their fellow Canadians, to say nothing of their own. I would also, Madam Speaker, take the opportunity to point out what has already been referenced by the member in his previous speech regarding the remarks of an eminently respected constitutional scholar, Professor Peter HoC, in which he articulates his belief that the measures that are proposed in this legislation are constitutionally valid and a constitutional validity determined under Section 1 of the Charter as a reasonable suspicion and passing the elements of the Oakes test. Finally, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to strongly support the proposals in Bill C-46. I would like to encourage all members to support this bill and work towards the common goal of reducing deaths and injuries on our roads and highways as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, I spent more than 4 decades of my adult life dealing with this critical issue. I have seen far too many people lose their lives, far too many injuries, far too much trauma and tragedy in our communities for this to continue to persist. We have a responsibility to act, and I believe that the provisions of Bill C-46 are the right step forward, and I would encourage and all of the members of this House to support this bill.
The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech today, and also thank him for his years of service policing our communities in Toronto. Now, I'll give the honourable member credit. He did come to Barrie. I know he did a cross-Canada tour on this. I subsequently met with those stakeholders who the member met with after his meeting in Barrie, and there was significant concerns about this bill. And everyone that I spoke to after that meeting felt that the parliamentary secretary was hearing, but he wasn't listening with those concerns. And the concern, obviously the social concerns with respect to the legalization of marijuana, but it's more specifically the cost and the downloaded cost to municipalities with respect to policing, enforcement, zoning, etc. Those were some of the issues that people were left confused by, and any time there's confusion, Madam Speaker, there's doubt. And so I want to ask the parliamentary secretary about these costs and the downloading of costs and how his government plans on dealing with it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Yeah, I want to thank the member from Barrie Opposite for his important question. Madam Speaker, as he has suggested, I did travel across the country. I've had the opportunity to meet with municipal officials, with public health officials, with police chiefs across the country. I've spoken very extensively to the Drugs and Driving Committee, for example, of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police and the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police. And I have heard from them their concern with respect to the impact on their resources in order to support this important legislation. I must also tell you, Madam Speaker, that overwhelmingly they support the strengthening the provisions and the clarification that Bill C-46 offers with respect to impaired driving, which is, as we all know, one of the most litigated pieces of law within the criminal code and in all Canadian jurisprudence. Many of the questions that they've asked me is what impact this will have on their resources. And one of those impacts, of course, is that they have sufficient training and access to the technology that will now be required. And I have assured them, and my government has assured them from coast to coast, that we are committed to ensuring that all police services have the legislation, the training, the technology, and the resources that they require to keep our roadways safe.
Member, questions and comments. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the NDP has long stood for measures to stop impaired driving. We need to focus on smarter deterrence to actually prevent these tragedies. We need a robust public awareness campaign before this legislation comes into effect. I note that this bill does not have any clear limits on how much marijuana in saliva qualifies as impairment, and we need a science-backed initiative to stop impaired drivers in their tracks. As the parliamentary secretary told us, he is a former law enforcement member, and so he knows that the exercise of police authority can and does disproportionately affect visible minorities. The experience of carding or street checking, disproportionate arrest and charging of visible minorities for marijuana offences makes that very clear. What reason would an officer have to give under this legislation to ensure that racialized Canadians are not targeted for mandatory breath testing?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to respond to the member opposite's concerns. First of all, having been involved actually in the delivery of frontline policing services for over 4 decades, I can tell her, first of all, that the disproportionality and contact that police across this country have with minority and racialized communities is a reality, but there are very many social, economic, cultural reasons, including the possibility of institutional police misconduct that can lead to that disproportionality. And I want to assure her, as is contained in the Minister of Justice's response that she has provided in her constitutional opinion, that the provision of mandatory testing only applies if a person is otherwise lawfully stopped and provides a lawful authority to interfere with their privacy in a breath sample to further the important objective of enhancing road safety. If that stop is determined by our courts to be unlawful, and a stop that is based not on legitimate legal reasons, but rather a stop based on anything inappropriate, such as the race or ethnicity of the driver, would render the stop unlawful and therefore would not be acceptable and constitutional under this legislation.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-46, legislation that I know is important to the residents and law enforcement officers in Oakville North Burlington and across Canada. Impaired driving is a serious crime that kills and injures thousands of Canadians every year. In 2015, there were more than 72,000 impaired driving incidents reported by the police, including almost 3,000 drug-impaired driving incidents. Impaired driving is the leading criminal cause of death and injury in Canada, and drug-impaired driving is increasing in frequency. Bill C-46 aims to address this serious issue and proposes to create new and stronger laws to punish more severely those who drive while impaired by drugs or alcohol. When I met with Halton Police Chief Steve Tanner, we discussed the need for the law enforcement to have more tools to better enforce impaired driving. Madam Speaker, today I would like to focus my remarks on the penalties proposed in Bill C-46. The bill would overhaul the penalty provisions to ensure there is coherence and rationality. The proposals include some higher maximum penalties, hybridization of bodily harm offences, and some new mandatory minimum fines. No new or higher mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment are being proposed. Bill C-46 would raise the maximum penalties for impaired driving where there is no death or injury. In cases where the prosecution proceeds by the less serious summary conviction procedure, the maximum period of imprisonment would be increased from the current 18 months to 2 years less a day. When the prosecution chooses to proceed by the more serious indictable procedure, the maximum period of imprisonment would increase from the current 5 years to 10 years. This new 10-year maximum would permit the prosecution, in appropriate circumstances, to make a dangerous offender application. These changes send a clear message concerning the seriousness of impaired driving. The dangerous driving causing death offence currently has a 14-year maximum period of imprisonment. Bill C-46 would raise this to a maximum of life imprisonment, which is currently the maximum penalty for all other similar offences resulting in death. With the increase of the dangerous driving causing death maximum penalty, there would no longer be a need for the prosecution to pursue separate offences in order to allow for a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. Bill C-46 proposes changes that would merge the offence of impaired driving causing bodily harm with the offence of dangerous driving causing bodily harm. Currently, the offence is a straight indictable offence, which means that the prosecution must treat all cases the same, even those involving less serious bodily harm, for example, a broken arm. Bill C-46 proposes a maximum penalty on summary conviction procedure of 2 years less a day, and on indictment, it would increase from 10 years imprisonment to 14 years. This is important given that the vast majority of alcohol-impaired driving sentence cases involve no death or injury. This change would therefore give the prosecution greater flexibility, and this additional discretion may promote efficiencies in our criminal justice system by reducing the time to process cases involving minor or no injuries. Under Bill C-46, the existing mandatory minimum fine of $1,000 for alcohol and drug-impaired driving offences would apply to a number of hybrid offences, including driving while impaired by alcohol or a drug, driving while driving while over a drug's legal limit, and driving with a drug plus alcohol blood concentration in excess of the legal limits. Bill C-46 would also create a new mandatory minimum fine of $1,500 for a first offence of driving with a blood alcohol concentration over 120 milligrams. In addition, it would create a new mandatory minimum fine of $2,000 for driving with a blood alcohol concentration over 160 milligrams. The higher mandatory minimum fine penalties for a first offence will reflect the increased crash risk that is associated with higher blood alcohol concentrations. Bill C-46 would also create a new mandatory minimum fine of $2,000 for a first offence of refusing a valid police demand for a breath sample, a blood sample, a urine sample, an oral fluid sample, a standard field sobriety test, or testing in a drug evaluation. This is important to ensure compliance with demands. Otherwise, first offence drivers with a higher blood alcohol concentration could simply refuse to give a sample in order to evade the higher mandatory minimum fines. For repeat offenders, having a high blood alcohol concentration would be an aggravating factor to be considered upon sentencing. The mandatory minimum penalty for a second offence would remain as it currently stands in the Criminal Code at 30 days imprisonment, and for each subsequent offence, it would remain 120 days imprisonment. Bill C-46 does not propose any new or higher mandatory minimum penalties of imprisonment for the Criminal Code's transportation offences, including drug-impaired driving and alcohol-impaired driving. I understand that provincial courts already typically impose or uphold penalties for impaired driving causing death cases that are well above the existing mandatory minimum penalties, are in the range of at least 3 to 4 years, if not higher. Bill C-46 does not propose a mandatory minimum penalty that exceeds the current sentencing range because this is not necessary to ensure appropriate sentences and does not work as a deterrent. Indeed, the organization Mothers Against Drunk Driving Canada, which is based in my community of Oakville, is opposed to mandatory minimum penalties for these offences, citing charter concerns in certain circumstances, but also pointing out that mandatory minimums can have a downward pull on sentences. They explain that they become an inappropriate cap where longer sentences might be appropriate. The better route is to leave sentencing discretion to the trial and appellate courts. I had the pleasure of meeting with MAD Canada CEO Andrew Murray recently in my riding. In addition to his comments on mandatory minimums, he expressed his organization's confidence in our Justice Department and commented that he was pleased with the consultations that had taken place with their organization on this subject. He also expressed his thanks to our government that we have such a deep understanding of the issue and are prepared to take a comprehensive approach to addressing it. I will now turn to the subject of prohibitions and ignition interlock devices. Currently, where there is no injury or death on a first offence, the sentencing court must impose a mandatory minimum prohibition against driving anywhere in Canada for a period of 1 year. On a second offence, the penalty is a period of 2 years, and for a subsequent offence, the minimum driving prohibition is for a period of 3 years. Bill C-46 also reduces the current waiting period before which an offender may drive when using an ignition interlock device. On a first offence, the waiting period to use an ignition interlock device would be reduced from the current 3 months to no waiting time. On a second offence, the waiting period to use an ignition interlock device would be reduced from the current 6 months to 3 months. And on subsequent offence, the waiting period to use an ignition interlock device would be reduced from the current 12 months to 6 months. These amendments would reflect the fact that ignition interlock device programs help to prevent recidivism. Currently, the Criminal Code has a provision by which an impaired driving offender may be given a conditional discharge on the condition that they attend a program of curative treatment. This curative treatment discharge provision has not yet been proclaimed into force in Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Bill C-46 would replace this provision with one that allows the defence to apply, with consent of the prosecution, for a delay of sentencing hearing in order for the offender to attend a provincially approved treatment program. If the offender successfully completes the program, the sentencing court would not be obliged to impose the mandatory minimum penalty or the mandatory period of prohibition against driving anywhere in Canada. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to support Bill C-46, and I respectfully ask my colleagues on all sides of the House to support this important piece of legislation that will make our communities safer for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, often representatives of visible minorities are, more often subject to criminal accusations. I'd like to know what measures will be taken by the government to ensure that Canadians from minority communities are not disproportionately targeted by this mandatory testing.
Oakville, North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her very important question. In drafting this new legislative power, the government did indeed consider the potential for racial profiling, and we strongly oppose such behaviour in any circumstance. Mandatory alcohol screening is being proposed to keep all Canadians safe. It would not give police any additional powers that they don't already have under common and provincial law to stop drivers at random to determine their sobriety. Mandatory screening doesn't alter the responsibility of local police forces towards training and oversight of their own officers to ensure that they are appropriately applying Canadian law and upholding the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Comments. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The implications of this bill include significant changes to policing at the local level, and we've heard from municipalities that have concerns about resources and about adapting to new requirements that may be required, particularly with the prospect of having to screen drivers for impairment due to cannabis. So I'd like the member to comment on the implications of this bill on both provinces and especially on municipalities.
Honourable member for Oakville, North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable member. As a former municipal councillor, I recognize that there are limited costs within a municipality, especially when it comes to policing and fire and EMS. But with regard to this particular legislation, I know that law enforcement has been asking for additional tools and are looking for ways to better keep their communities safe. So in terms of this legislation, it has been rolled out to give law enforcement the tools that they have been asking for to be able to keep the community safe when it comes to alcohol and drug-impaired driving. Police forces already have options available available to them to deal with drug-impaired driving, and mandatory breath screening gives them an additional tool that they can use that will keep our communities safer, and I think that's something that we can all agree that we would like to see.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her excellent speech. In the same way that driving under the influence of alcohol is illegal, driving under the influence of drugs is also illegal, but we know that in recent years Canadians there's been a raise in awareness of the dangers of driving under the influence of alcohol. However, there's not the same awareness when it comes to driving under the effects of drugs. Now, Bill C-46 will give police tools to test and send a very clear message that it's zero tolerance for driving under the influence of drugs. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member how this bill will help raise awareness. Well, it gives tools to police and law enforcement to go after those who drive under the influence.
Burlington has 53 seconds.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, and certainly just even having this discussion has allowed the public to become far more aware about the dangers, in particular to do with drug-impaired driving. I think there have been a number of people who knew that there were dangers with alcohol-impaired driving, but didn't recognize that they shouldn't be driving a vehicle when they also were under the influence of drugs. So I think this legislation is already helping to raise awareness. And I know that the Department of Health, in addition under the proposed legalization of cannabis, is also embarking on an education campaign. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, and I just want to advise the member that unfortunately I'll have to interrupt him at some point in time, probably in a couple of minutes, so that we can continue on with the routine proceedings, which will be the private member's business. The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's certainly a pleasure for me to rise today to contribute to this important debate on Bill C-46, and you know, I look forward to continuing this as we come back later. And of course, I think everyone recognizes this is companion legislation with the intent to give cover for the Liberals' legislation regarding government-sponsored cannabis distributions and sales. Now, Madam Speaker, I was proud of our previous government's record on reducing crime and standing up for victims' rights, and of course, so many of us have presented petitions on behalf of families whose lives have been devastated by the actions of those people that choose to drink and drive. And now, of course, we're adding to that those people that feel that we have normalized the use of marijuana and going through from there. So when I come back in my discussions, of course, I will talk about that as someone that has taught school for 34 years, and I've seen the carnage and the issues and things that young people have to go through, and the issues that they have to deal with as far as drugs and alcohol is concerned. I feel like we should be able to contribute to that, and we all should be able to talk about that. And of course, as we move forward with this legislation and have an opportunity to take it to committee, we'll try to make sure that there's some clarity for law enforcement officers and for municipal and provincial governments, and that the legal system has the manpower and resources to deal with it. There's been talks about, is there clarity when it comes to charter compliance, and I think we've seen sometimes governments depend a lot on the department to say that something is charter compliant, yet to find out later that maybe they didn't quite have it all just right. Similarly, if you think about what happened yesterday in Alberta, their top court struck down a portion of its provincial impaired driving laws dealing with the immediate suspension of a driver's license. So this was the Alberta Court of Appeal, which ruled in favor of a constitutional challenge to strike down the law. So these are the sorts of things that are taking place, and these are the things that we have to consider. Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. And I just, as one last word, I just want to thank our fantastic interim leader, the member from Sturgeon River Parkland, and this last moment for me to be able to say that. Thank
you.
As it is 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
I wanted to let him know that he's going to have 17 minutes and a half when this issue is before the House again. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Affaires émanantes des députés. Affaires sous le nom de M. Bazin.
Private members' business. S226, Mr. Bazan, Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, Sergei Magnitsky Law.
Bill, Mr. Bazan, seconded by Ms. Stubbs, moves that Bill S226, an act to provide for the taking of restrictive measures in respect of foreign nationals responsible for gross violations of internationally recognized human rights and to make related amendments to the Special Economic Measures Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Debate. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed an honour to be able to rise today on my birthday to bring forward a private member's bill from the Senate, from my colleague, my friend, my mentor, Senator Raynell Anderchuk, a bill that's called an act for the, let me get it correct here. I'm not going to read the official act. I like the short title better. The short title is Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Sergei Magnitsky Law. Now, Madam Speaker, as you know, in the last Parliament, before we rose and we had the election in 2015, we passed in this place a unanimous motion that was brought forward by our colleague, who has since retired, Erwin Kotler, that the House wants to see a Sergei Magnitsky-style law that would hold corrupt foreign officials and human rights abusers to account for their actions and prevent Canada from being used as a safe haven from where corrupt officials could launder their money, buy assets, and hide their families, essentially bringing them over here to go to school, to live, and call Canada home, while back home they were taking advantage of their citizens and pillaging their economies. Now, Madam Speaker, if you remember the story of Sergei Magnitsky, it goes back to an individual by the name of Bill Browder. And Bill Browder owned a corporation called Hermitage Capital Fund. That was one of the first Western funds to set up in Moscow and do business in Russia after the fall of the wall. And Bill Browder, who was an American, now lives in the United Kingdom, was able to go there and do business and create a lot of assets and wealth for his clients. Now, after Vladimir Putin came to power, there was a crackdown on a lot of the Western investors. And Hermitage Capital Corporation, and in particular, Bill Browder, was targeted for a fraudulent, trumped-up charge on tax evasion. And Bill had to flee the country, was put on red notice by Interpol by Russia. That luckily was never acted upon by the international community because they saw it as nothing more than a way to intimidate Mr. Browder. And he hired a lawyer by the name of Sergei Magnitsky. Sergei Magnitsky had risen up as a lawyer and was well recognized for his continued work on anti-corruption. And he was able to uncover the biggest tax fraud in Russian history at the time. And in 2009, was able to prove that corrupt government officials in Moscow were using this trumped-up charge of tax evasion against Bill Browder to pocket money themselves, $230 million that they were able to put into their own pockets. Sergei exposed that and was arrested in 2008, and he was held on trumped-up charges. He was tortured, he was beaten, and left to die in November 16th, 2009, at only the age of 37. He was survived by his mother, Natalia, his wife, Natasha, and his 2 young sons. Well, in prison for 358 days, Sergei Magnitsky filed 450 criminal complaints against his abusers, and not one of those individuals was ever brought to justice. Actually, in a very bizarre world that occurs in Russia today, the Russian state posthumously tried and convicted Sergei in a Russian court on July 11, 2013. Unheard of and unbelievable. Now, Madam Speaker, we have to make it clear that Sergei was fighting corruption in Russia and exposing this huge tax fraud that was being committed by police, judges, and tax collectors in the Russian state. And so the kleptocracy that's around the Kremlin has crept out into all the departments across Russia. And Bill Browder has written a book on this and has been an active human rights activist around the world trying to get Sergei Magnitsky-style legislation passed. The first ones to come on side with that was the United States. The United Kingdom just got it done last month. The European Union, through their parliament, passed Sergei Magnitsky legislation last year. And it's great that we are now here today debating Bill S-226 by Senator Raynell Anderchuk. Now, we need to first of all acknowledge the fact that on Monday night, while we were doing Committee of the Whole, that the Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated the government will be supporting this legislation with amendments. And I thank her very much for putting her support behind this bill. It is a good piece of legislation. I understand that they want to improve upon it and bring in some fairness, as she explained it to me, makes a few technical changes. And we will, as sponsor of this bill here in the House, and of course Minister Andreychuk as a sponsor of the bill over in the Senate, will look at those changes. And I think that the best place for amendments to be considered is at the Foreign Affairs Committee. Now, this bill, this work has been done for a long time, Madam Speaker. We've been talking about this in this place since 2013. And we've seen motions passed in supporting the Magnitsky-style legislation. We have seen hearings held at the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, on the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Trade, hearing from expert witnesses from around the world about how we need to do stronger sanctioning and stronger bans on those who are committing human rights abuses and illegal, corrupt activities in their own governments in other countries. When you think about all that work that's already taken place, there's no reason why we can't fast-track this legislation. And I encourage the government to put forward those amendments as quickly as they can so that the committee can get their work done. The committee has already produced a great report, and I congratulate the unanimous report that came from the Standing Committee. I know all the members on that committee, under the tutelage of their chair, were able to put together 13 strong recommendations on how to properly implement and resource this type of legislation. And I understand and appreciate that we need to look at, especially recommendation number 8 in this legislation, on providing an appeal mechanism on those that are placed on the sanctions list by the Government of Canada. Now, if you recall, Madam Speaker, that this bill in its first form was brought forward by our friend and former colleague, Erwin Kotler. I tabled similar legislation in this Parliament, Bill C, let me get it here, 267, and I felt that I improved upon it because I provided a role for parliamentarians to play in both the Senate and here in the House, allowing the committees to look at that sanction list every year to see if people should be added on or removed from that list based upon their actions and how the situation was evolving. And then Senator Andreychuk, in her version, has even taken one step further, and she has really opened it up to make sure that this has a strong global focus and that it does concentrate on going after those who are committing human rights violations around the world. And her final paragraph in the preamble, I think, sums it up better. That says, and whereas all violators of internationally recognized human rights should be treated and sanctioned equally throughout the world. So I know that there are some out there that are criticizing, saying that this legislation is just part of Russian phobia. We've heard from the Russian embassy yesterday saying that Canada will face pushback if we go ahead in passing Bill S-226. But we have to remember that this isn't just about the corruption that we see in Russia. This has application to other places around the world. Now, this bill is supported strongly by a lot of different diasporas in Canada. A lot of people say, well, this is just another Ukrainian issue that we're rallying around. But I can tell you that I've met with the Vietnamese community who want to see the human rights abusers in the communist government of Vietnam held to account for what they have done to their citizens. I've heard from the Russian community who wants to see that democracy and human rights are protected in Russia. And I've been meeting with organizations like Falun Gong who want to see those individuals in China who have used the political system to arrest Falun Gong practitioners and then to harvest organs and tissues from them after they've had them executed. And it has turned into a cash cow for those individuals that are involved in that atrocity. Now, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that these sanctions that are brought forward are enforceable. We need to make sure that the organizations in Canada have the ability to go out there and stop these individuals from using Canada to launder money and to hide their families. So resources for the RCMP, the CBSA, CSIS, our financial institutions are there. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the situation today, and some of the human rights situations and some of the corrupt officials that we want to look at, we don't have to look any further than the assassination of Boris Nemetsov, the opposition leader in Russia, who was shot down on the bridge right in front of the Kremlin. And his deputy, Vladimir Kara-Murza, who has been here and has met with the Foreign Affairs Committee in both the House and the Senate, has, runs the organization, the Open Russian Movement, has now survived 2 assassination attempts on his life. And when he was here last year, when he told the Globe and Mail back in March, I think he summed it up best on what's happening in Russia today. And he says, for all the similarities between the Soviet era and present-day Russia, there is one major difference. While members of the Soviet Politburo were silencing dissent and persecuting opponents, they did not store their money, educate their children, or buy real estate in the West. Many of the current officials and Kremlin-connected oligarchs do. Now, these are the individuals that we have to sanction and target. And the way it works today, and a good example is what's happening in Ukraine, that Canada, as a member of NATO, member of the United Nations, member of the OSCE, acts upon resolutions that are passed at those different organizations. And then we can implement the Special Economic Measures Act and sanction individuals that are tied to aggression and corruption and human rights abuses that are targeted through those types of resolutions. And then we can also use the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to go after the travel bans that we need to implement to make sure that those individuals and their families aren't coming to Canada and traveling throughout the West. What we're trying to do with Bill S-226, and something that all the parties support, is providing the tools to the government so that we love to go out there and talk the talk on human rights and cutting down on corruption. But this bill is about allowing us to walk that talk, that we can independently, as a country, go out and now sanction and ban those corrupt foreign officials who are enriching themselves through illicit means, through embellishing stories and embezzling money from the governments that they operate within, and committing atrocities, abuses, and aggression in places around the world, whether it's in Iran, whether it's in Saudi Arabia, whether it's in China. Madam Speaker, I ask that we move this in an expedited manner so we can get it to committee where they can do the good work that they've already done on making the amendments that the government has requested, and we can get it back into this place as quickly as possible and passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And we can start off by indicating Irwin Cotler, someone that we all know. I would suggest to you one of the most ably minded individuals in Canada dealing with the issues of human rights. I've had the opportunity to work with Irwin in a different capacity while we were in opposition. And one of the things that he was so fantastic at doing is ensuring that the Liberal caucus really captured the essence of why it was important to do what it is that the Senate has provided us the opportunity to do. It seems to me it crosses all party lines where we've wanted to be able to see whether Liberals, Conservatives, New Democrats, Greens, that we want to see some tangible action taking place on this. So it's with great pride that we're here today. We're having this debate. And Madam Speaker, I see my time's run out, but my question to the member is, it has been a long time in coming, and I'm wondering if my colleague can maybe just provide a perspective of just how long we've been waiting to make sure that we get it right.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Winnipeg North for his comments and his praise for for Irwin Cotler, because Irwin has been a human rights activist from before he entered politics, and today is still fighting against human rights abusers around the world, and somebody that I consider a mentor, and I think all of us in here do, for his incredible work that he's done over his career. Now, Madam Speaker, this is an issue that should be beyond partisanship. I'm glad that the government is moving on this, along with the NDP and the Conservatives. And we do need to make sure that we overcome some of the hurdles that I know that some of our own government and departmental officials have concerns about. But I'm confident in the ability of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to lead the charge in putting together the amendments that they want without watering down this legislation. That the spirit of what we want to do here started off by Bill Browder, memorializing Sergei Meninsky, championed by people like Irwin Cotler and Senator Raynell Anderchuk, comes to fruition once and for all.
Comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank my colleague from Selkirk Interlake for bringing this incredibly important legislation to the House. I know that the impetus for this legislation came out of Russia, but I have worked in parts of Africa, Democratic Republic of Congo. I did an anti-corruption campaign in Bosnia. I've worked in parts of Asia where these kinds of human rights abuses are perpetrated by people who are in power. And I was wondering if the honourable member could please explain to this House how this particular piece of legislation would give our country the tools to be able to prevent and stop some of these terrible human rights abuses all over the world.
Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
And I thank the member for her question, because this is something I think all of us are very passionate about. You know, I look at Venezuela right now, and sure, they're in a civil war, but under the leadership of President Nicolas Maduro, we actually are seeing a situation where they're using food as a weapon. And we've been there before. We've seen this happen, you know, in Ukraine on 3 different occasions, and that's why we have the Holodomor Memorial Day. That was actually a bill that got all party support that I sponsored in the House in 2008. But we ought to make sure that those individuals that are creating those types of atrocities, denying food to their people so that they can win a civil war, is beyond the pale, and those individuals need to be held accountable.
We have time for brief questions. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Russian government has reacted to the news that our government will be supporting this legislation. I'd just like to have my colleague comment perhaps a bit on that. I think they've referred to it as an unfriendly act and suggesting it might impact our diplomatic relations. But I'm just wondering if he thinks it's worth doing the right thing here rather than listening to their advice to us.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well,
brief answer.
I really believe, Madam Speaker, that we need to take a principled position, and we are with this legislation. And Russia needs to realize that this is beyond than just them. This is going to have global application. Are they going to have some oligarchs and some people in the Kremlin that are going to be caught up in the sanction list? Probably. All we have to do is look at all the human rights abuses that we've already documented and how many oligarchs are already using shell companies to move money through Canada. Bill Browder was able to uncover 30 Russian shell companies that moved $20 million through banks here in Canada, and we can't allow Canada to be used as a safe haven to launder money.
La prise de débat, resuming the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente. C'est avec grande fierté.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very proud to speak to Bill S-226 today, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, also known as the Sergei Magnitsky Law. I would like to thank Senator Andrzejczyk for the work that she has done on this file. Throughout its work, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development has heard testimony on a broad spectrum of issues related to Canadian sanctions, particularly the circumstances surrounding the detention and death of Mr. Magnitsky. The report presented to the House last April enlightened our current review of policies and programs, including those linked to the Canadian penalty system that support our priorities for human rights. While reviewing the merits of Bill S-226, let us recall the man whose name is in the title of the bill. Sergei Magnitsky was a Russian lawyer and accountant fighting fraud and corruption, which were endemic in Russia's government. Held without trial in 2008, he was refused medical care and tortured. In the end, he died in prison in 2009. After his death, Russian authorities declared him guilty of the tax fraud that he himself had discovered. As a vigorous defender of human rights on the international stage, Canada has firmly denounced Russian human rights abuses and violations on several occasions, including in the Magnitsky affair. We will continue to urge that the people involved be held responsible. The government supports Bill S-226 because it has committed to strengthening its efforts to support and protect human rights and to fight corruption around the world. There is no unique solution for all of these issues. That is why Canada's comprehensive approach includes a broad range of tools, including the use of multilateral and bilateral channels. If it passes, Bill S-226 will create a legal mechanism that would allow Canada to impose sanctions in cases of serious human rights violations and in cases of large-scale corruption of foreign states. The bill proposes to change and reshape our legislative sanctions to improve the broad range of instruments available to Canada and to determine which measures are the most effective in these cases. The United Nations Act and the Special Economic Measures Act are the main acts under which Canada can impose sanctions against other countries. This legislation grants the Government of Canada the legal power to impose measures and interdictions in order to restrict activities that would otherwise be legitimate. Currently, 18 countries are targeted by sanctions under these two acts. Designating sanctioned persons and entities is usually done in coordination with like-minded countries. Measures authorized under other legislation can impose other types of restrictions. For example, restrictions on travel through the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, restrictions on trade through the Import and Export Permits Act, as well as punitive measures that can be levied against terrorist entities through the Criminal Code.
Canada is currently able to freeze the assets of specific individuals and entities, among other sanctions measures, where one of two situations exists under the Special Economic Measures Act, or CEMA. The first is when Canada is called upon to implement a decision or recommendation of an international organization or association of states of which it is a member. The other is where the Governor and Council determines that a grave breach of international peace and security has occurred that has resulted or is likely to result in a serious international crisis. Canada typically imposes sanctions under CEMA to complement existing UN-mandated sanctions, or when the UN Security Council is unable to reach a consensus, such as the case of sanctions against Russia for its violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. While Canada has previously used CEMA to address human rights situations rising to the threshold of grave breaches of international peace and international crises, the current legislation has limitations. Canada also works closely with its international partners through multilateral anti-corruption treaties and in forums to combat corruption and money laundering. The government's framework is based on our international legal obligations as set out in the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention, and other multilateral treaties to which Canada is a party. The government also fights corruption through criminal provisions in Canada's Corruption of Foreign Public Officials Act, the Criminal Code. Additionally, the Freezing Assets of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act allows Canada to freeze assets of foreign government officials or politicians when requested by a country in turmoil. This complements the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. It's also worth noting the existence of the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act, which assist law enforcement and national security agencies in combating money laundering, terrorist financing, and threats to the security of Canada. Bill S-226 will complement the reach of current legislation by creating an additional mechanism that Canada could use to respond to gross human rights violations and abuses or significant corruption in a foreign state. It will also modify the inadmissibility framework of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to create a legal mechanism for those sanctioned under CEMA or the Sergei Magnitsky Law to be refused entry into Canada. Madam Speaker, this legislation is similar to those enacted by some of our international partners. It follows on the steps taken by the U.S. to expand the reach of the 2012 Magnitsky Act into a broader approach in the recently passed Global Magnitsky Act. This new act enables the U.S. to withhold visas and freeze financial assets of those individuals thought to have been involved in human rights violations or acts of corruption. And last April, the UK Parliament passed the Criminal Finances Act, which expands the powers of the government and courts to freeze the assets of human rights violators. The government applauds the hard work of Senator Andreychuk in raising important questions on how best to respond to acts of foreign corruption and human rights violations and abuses. We will work with parliamentarians to seek amendments that are necessary to ensure that Bill S-226 will be an effective addition to our foreign policy toolkit. Madam Speaker, let me reiterate that our government is a strong defender of human rights in Canada and around the world, the issue of human rights sanctions and the Sergei Magnitsky case, we know, have drawn strong interest, and rightly so. As we said, there's currently no Canadian law that authorizes the imposition of sanctions, specifically for violations of international human rights obligations in a foreign state or for acts of corruption, including those in Russia, as highlighted in the case of Magnitsky. And Bill S-226, currently before the House of Commons, which we're debating today, aims to address this gap. Our government is pleased to announce its support for this important legislation. Let me just also say that the work done by the Committee on Foreign Affairs, International Development did tremendous work in its review of CIMA. We applaud the work led by the chair of that committee, the honourable member from Kenora, as well as the unanimous recommendations that provide with us some grounding with which to enter this debate. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to rise today, and I look forward to continued debate and strengthening of this legislation.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to start by tipping my hat to both Fridays and the Senate today. So for those who think that nothing important ever happens here on Fridays, this bill will show that, in fact, we do important work here on Fridays, and things that might otherwise get swept aside in the daily business of the House of Commons. And the second, and people know that I am sometimes a very strong critic of the Senate, and I have always said that there are some senators who work very hard and some senators who bring forward important measures from the Senate, like Senator Andrejchuk and this bill. So I am, again, saluting both Fridays and, for once, the Senate. I talked earlier with people about if I actually read the full title of the bill, the 42-word title twice, I would not have any time to actually speak on the bill. And so I'm glad to refer to it either as S-226 or the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act. That's the short version of the title. So New Democrats are very proud to be supporting this act. It's something that we've called for a very long time in this House, and it gives Canada a chance to join world leaders in the defense of human rights. We're coming a bit late to the table here, but better slow than not arriving. We have, since I've been in this House, the first time I think we talked about this was in 2013. And in fact, in the last Parliament, we unanimously approved a motion that called for adopting legislation like S-226, and all parties supported that. So that was more than 2 years ago. It was unanimously approved, and it was through the hard work of, now I'm going to praise a Liberal, the former Liberal Irwin Cotler, who was the Liberal human rights critic at this time. And I believe he made a very persuasive case that this is what we really do, what we really need to do as a response to the proliferation of the use of torture around the world. And that is when sanctions against governments don't work, and they often do not, that we apply these sanctions to the individuals responsible for these acts and who profit personally from these acts. And that's really what we're talking about in this bill. It's something that came about as a response to a very specific case. We're calling it the Sergei Magnitsky Act. Why? Because this was a lawyer for a man who was investigating corruption in Russia, a Russian lawyer who ended up imprisoned and tortured for nearly a year, who was denied medical treatment and eventually died in prison in 2009. And why was he in prison? Because he was the lawyer for a man who had uncovered massive fraud in Russia. And this attempt to fight corruption resulted in his imprisonment. Now, Mr. Cotler had served as the chair of a group called Justice for Magnitsky, an interparliamentary group, which had 21 parliamentarians from 13 countries, and each of them committed to trying to get their countries to take some effective action. And so far, I believe we would only be the third country, if we do adopt this bill, the third country to take the action that those 21 parliamentarians were working toward. The United States did, in fact, pass a narrow version called the U.S. Magnitsky Act in 2012, which provided financial and travel sanctions specifically on those Russians involved in the Magnitsky case. And so this was the first version of the act. But that U.S. legislation was broadened in 2016 to apply to any foreign nationals involved in gross human rights abuses and profiting from those abuses. The 2015 motion that we passed in this House called for that broader version of legislation, and that's what we see in S-226 today. But we are still calling it the Magnitsky Act to honor Sergei Magnitsky and the sacrifice he made in the fight against corruption and human rights abuses in Russia. Now, the House of Commons Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development on April 6th brought forward a unanimous report again, which was entitled A Coherent and Effective Approach to Canada's Sanction Regimes, Sergei Magnitsky and Beyond. And it had the specific recommendations, again, that are included in S-226, that we amend the Special Economic Measures Act to add situations where sanctions can be enacted to include individuals involved in cases of gross violations of human rights. So what does that mean in practical terms? It means that Canada would be able to freeze and perhaps seize assets in Canada of those corrupt foreign officials who are bringing the benefits of that corruption and the benefits of those human rights violations here to Canada by stashing assets here or sending members of their family to live here on what you might call the avails of crime, the avails of human rights violations. So they seek out safe countries like Canada as a place to take advantage of the gains they've made through human rights violations. It will also allow us to attack money laundering here in Canada and to deny entrance to Canada those individuals who have been involved in gross human rights violations. So I think this is important for Russia because what we all recognize now is Russia is well on its way to becoming the greatest kleptocracy in modern history, where those around President Putin have enriched themselves to unbelievable levels through the corruption in the Russian system and through violating the rights of any of those who've dared to oppose the system and to oppose that corruption. Now, you might say, those listening might say, what does this got to do with Canada? Well, we can go back to the original investigations by Bill Browder, and he's the one doing the investigations for which Sergei Magnitsky's paid the price. He found more than $20 million being laundered by Russian banks in Canada. Or we can point to others close to Putin. Oleg Deripaska, one of the closest associates of Putin, formerly owned a controlling interest in Magma International, car parts firm here in Canada, and he recently tried to purchase a controlling interest in a major Quebec aluminum smelter. Or we can look at another Putin-friendly oligarch, Roman Abramovich, whose steel company called Avraz owns several subsidiary steel companies here in Canada. Or we can look to companies like Uranium One, one of Canada's largest uranium mining firms, which is owned by Russian interests associated with Putin. So this is a real thing. This is not just a theory about them trying to use Canada as a way of benefiting from their corruption and their human rights violations. This is taking place now. And so this is important legislation for us to advance, even if I said we're a little bit late to the table. Now, it's not just the lawyer Magnitsky who has suffered the human rights violations, and we could talk about others. The opposition leader Nemtsov, who appeared here before the Canadian, I believe it was the Foreign Affairs Committee in 2012, asking for us to adopt legislation like this. And he did this just a little over 2 years before he was murdered in the streets of Russia. We could talk about other Russian opposition leaders, again, who've testified here. The opposition leader Kara-Murza, who, I forget the year he appeared here, I think it was also in 2012, a bit after Mr. Netsov. He was poisoned in 2015 mysteriously. And while one could accept maybe one mysterious poisoning, a year later he was poisoned again. So he survived 2 attempts on his life through poisoning after speaking here at this institution in favor of legislation like this. So I think the importance of us proceeding is easy to see. Now, there's other examples of where we could use legislation like this, and I have one that I would like to talk about just briefly, and that's the example of Chechnya. Here we have the President of the Republic of Chechnya, Ramzan Kadyrov, who's been in office since the assassination of his father, under various titles because he was actually too young to assume the presidency at the beginning. But since 2006, he's been in power in Chechnya. And earlier this year, he began a campaign against gay men in Chechnya, which now human rights organizations have documented has resulted in the arrests of over 200 gay men in Chechnya, 3 confirmed deaths as a result of this campaign, and probably, as I've said before in the House, the most pernicious, that the leader of Chechnya has called on families in Chechnya to murder the gay members of their families to protect their honor. So we would be able to use legislation like this to place sanctions on him and those around him so they couldn't freely travel around the world, so they could not come to Canada, and so he could not invest the profits he's made out of the corruption in Chechnya here in Canada. So right now there are more than 40 Chechen gay men in hiding, and they're seeking emergency visas to get out of Russia, which is also not friendly to gay men. And the United States has just refused those visas. And so, again, Canada could act very urgently in this case, but once we pass this legislation, we'll have a very important tool to act against human rights violators like this.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to get up here today to speak on this important issue. And it's one, as my friend from Manitoba pointed out, some of us have been involved in for quite some time. Those of us who were here in the last Parliament who are interested in human rights and the religious freedom issues have worked on this previously. And as was mentioned, Mr. Kotler took the lead on that. But certainly many of us felt this, or feel, I guess, that this legislation could have been passed and maybe should have been passed even prior to this point. So I'm glad to see that the Senate and House are treating this seriously and they're moving it forward here. I would just like to talk a little bit about what the bill does. As the senator who introduced it in the Senate said, she talked about the purpose of the bill being that it states is to provide for the taking of restrictive measures in respect of foreign nationals responsible for gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. And it enables the Governor General to make orders or regulations allowing for the assets and property of foreign nationals to be seized, frozen, or sequestered if those foreign nationals are deemed responsible for complicit in gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. And so this would not apply just only to business transactions that are taking place, but to people who, or to corrupt activity, but also to violations of human rights. And we've heard some discussion this afternoon of what those might be extended to. The bill also proposes related amendments to the Special Economic Measures Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, and would amend Section 4 of the SEMA to include responsibility for or complicity in extrajudicial killings, torture, or other gross violations of internationally recognized human rights committed against any individual in any foreign country. And I guess, Mr. Speaker, the surprising thing is that legislatures around the world have been so slow to apply measures like this, but I think the time has come for us to recognize that this is an important development in international relations, that we can begin to hold people responsible who are violating human rights around the world. Obviously, this bill will make these amendments and will impose stricter regulations on all foreign violators of human rights and give national governments and our government an opportunity to hold people responsible for their activity. We do need these sanctions. We cannot continue to allow our banks, our financial institutions, to be used as safe havens in any manner for corrupt foreign officials and human rights abusers. Obviously, this legislation will enable the Government of Canada to be able to much more quickly sanction individuals, and we've seen sanctions put on nations, but we've been very slow to sanction individuals, and it will make it easier to do that. It will allow that to happen much more quickly, and it can be applied around the world. And we see so many human rights violations. We see so much corruption, officials moving money offshore to protect their own accounts and their family accounts. We see torture of political activists and journalists around the world that's taking place, torture of human rights activists as well. And we do need some tools to be able to hold officials and leaders accountable for that kind of activity. Those, unfortunately, those events of illegal detention, of torture, death, are actually used far too often to silence dissidents around the globe. It was just about 10 days ago that we had hearings at the Subcommittee on Human Rights on Iran, and we talked, and again, actually, Mr. Kotler was part of the discussion that day and was one of our witnesses, but I did talk about the threat that's posed by the Iranian government, not only outside of Iran, but also to its own people. They have the highest rate of execution of any nation in the world. They have a recognized constant violation of domestic and international law. The President himself has 9 departments under his strict control, and each of those departments has been recognized as violating Iranian domestic law. They continue to torture, they continue to export terror around the world, and they seem to be doing this with impunity, and we would love to see this bill in place so that it begin to hold people like that accountable for their treatment, not only of their own citizens, but then of the impact of their, in this case, the expanded terror network they seem to be putting in place around the globe. I guess a good example of that would be within Iran, the Baha'i community has been a minority religious community that has been basically slated for complete destruction by the Iranian government, and human rights defenders around the world have been trying to protect them and trying to get some of their leaders released from prison. But now we see some of that same activity taking place in Yemen, in a very small Baha'i community in Yemen, but interestingly enough, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard seem to be involved in exporting the attitude and activity from Iran to Yemen, and so another small minority community in another part of the globe is paying a price simply for what they believe in, not for what they're doing. They want to contribute to their society, and they've been a good part of that society, but we see a regime that's bound and determined to export its human rights violations around the world, and a bill like this would actually go a long ways to holding them to account. So we believe that this would build on Canada's strong record of standing up for victims of human rights abuses. And specific to Magnitsky and Russia, this legislation is strongly supported in the Ukrainian community in particular, and is supported among pro-democracy Russian activists and human rights advocates, and they believe that we desperately need this. And I should, I guess, talk a little bit, Madam Speaker, about the genesis of this bill and where it comes from. Sergei Magnitsky was a Russian lawyer who uncovered a tax fraud, the largest tax fraud in Russian history, and he was subsequently arrested, detained, he was tortured, and he was killed in custody in a Moscow prison. And so too many of these deaths go unnoticed and unrecorded, but in this case, this one was, there was attention given to it, and since then there has been an international focus on trying to bring legislation into place to remember the sacrifice that he made, and to make sure that the people who were responsible for his death, not only for his death, but for the fraud and the corruption that took place around it, could be held responsible. 2012, Russian opposition leader Boris Nemtsov traveled to Canada to call on us to adopt these sanctions to try to protect human rights activists and these pro-democracy standards. Here we are almost 5 years later, and we're finally working on this. 2012, the United States actually adopted a form of Magnitsky legislation. The European Parliament has moved on this legislation, Estonia in 2016, and the United Kingdom in 2017 as well. Our history, as I mentioned, starts in the last Parliament, where there was a motion brought before, or a resolution brought before the House of Commons, and it was passed unanimously. And so those that it was going to go ahead, I think, but we had a election campaign that interfered with the ability to get that bill through. Interestingly enough, all of 3 major parties committed to this legislation during that time, and so we look forward to it coming into play. And I guess I mentioned a little bit earlier about the Russian reaction to this, and I guess we're disappointed in this. Maybe we aren't surprised by it, but it's unfortunate that again, the Russian government seems to be unwilling to accept that they need to make some changes if the rest of us are going to accept the way they do business in their country. When they call things like this, trying to establish an act that would actually hold human rights abusers to account, they call it an unfriendly act, and then seem to be threatening that somehow it's going to affect relations between our 2 countries, I think is probably going over the top. It might be better if they took a look at their system and said, look, we can improve some things here. We can move into a situation where international other countries aren't concerned about the way that we do business. For them to come and to try to threaten us, I think, is just a waste of their time. There's some other countries, Madam Speaker, as well that might be able to we might be able to impact on an issue like this. My colleague mentioned a bit earlier the Falun Gong in China and the organ harvesting that takes place there, and the fact that officials are not being held responsible for that. We had a young lady on the Hill for the Sixth Forum on Religious Freedom, Anastasia Lin, who was Miss World Canada. Her father's a Falun Gong practitioner. He's been under pressure in China. She won the competition to go to the Miss World competition. They would not let her into China because of her activism on the issue. And so, again, we see a country that could use, it would help them if they thought that we took seriously violations of human rights. And so I think, I see my time's winding down already, but I think it's important that the Canadian government, for our own sake and for the sake of people around the world, adopt this legislation, put it in place as quickly as possible. And I'm glad to hear that the government's going to be working with us on this. I would encourage them, if they're going to make amendments, that we make amendments that actually strengthen the legislation so that it can be effective and more effective even than it is right now. But it's good to see that the House seems to be of one mind in getting this legislation passed as quickly as possible.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I don't want to reiterate everything that's been said today, but I'm very encouraged that on a Friday afternoon we're here debating something that's extremely important to Canadians and extremely important to our relationship with the rest of the world. I want to thank both Senator Andrechuk for her and the other places' fine work on this particular piece of legislation. And I want to thank my colleague from Selkirk Interlake Eastman for presenting this to the House. As you know, Madam Speaker, I am the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee and very pleased to stand here to speak on behalf of the Foreign Affairs Committee and to talk about, to some extent, the unanimous report that the committee brought forward that has helped stimulate the conversation both within the government and through Parliament as a whole. And so the Canada sanctions regime, a coherent and effective approach to Canada's sanctions regime and Sergei Magnitsky and beyond is a very good read for those who may have not followed this particular initiative of members of Parliament in the past and want to catch up on the history of the work and some of the issues surrounding what we call the sanctions regime, even though that's not the formal process that the United Nations and others call this process. So, Madam Speaker, it's my honor to speak to Bill S-226, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act and the Sergei Magnitsky Law. First, I'd like to, with the short time that I have, pay tribute to Mr. Magnitsky, who lost his life in a very brave campaign to expose corruption in Russia. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Magnitsky's death have made it abundantly clear why we should not look away when we see human rights violations and abuses wherever they occur. Like Mr. Magnitsky, countless people across the world have suffered repeated violations of human rights. Like Mr. Magnitsky, many have been victimized by the same institutions and individuals that are entrusted with protecting them. Like Mr. Magnitsky, many have not seen the perpetrators be brought to justice. And so today, as a part of the human rights and integral rights of Canada's international engagement, we stand up for our values, and we are not afraid to speak up against human rights violations and abuses in Russia or anywhere else, Madam Speaker. And I think that's the key to this legislation, is that this is, yes, is in honor of Mr. Magnitsky, but it's really in honor of Canada's values and beliefs about the fact that human rights violations should not go unnoticed and that there should be a way of reacting legally to this process. So in the short time that I have, Madam Speaker, I want to say a few words about the work of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development on the issues of Canada's sanctions regimes. So as has been mentioned, in April, the committee adopted a unanimous report entitled The Coherent and Effective Approach to Canada's Sanctions Regime, Sergei Magnitsky and Beyond. In this report, the committee made 13 recommendations to the government aimed at strengthening Canada's sanctions regime as a critical tool of our foreign policy. And Madam Speaker, we had a very large debate in committee with many professional witnesses, people who are experts in the field. As part of that study, the committee heard compelling testimony from human rights advocates, including the Honourable Erwin Kotler, who everyone talked to, Gary Kasparov, Bill Browder, Zena Nemtsova, and Vladimir Kara-Murza. These folks regarding the powerful impact that sanctions targeting human rights violators and corrupt officials could have on advancing respect for human rights and good governance. Madam Speaker, we know that this legislation is going to come back to our committee, and we're very interested in this coming back to the committee as soon as possible, only because, of course, this committee would like to see the finality of the work that's been going on for, it seems, like a decade. So these witnesses highlighted the practical use of these sanctions. So, for example, how imposing real costs on human rights violators can help to end the culture of impunity that too often prevails in some countries. They also underlined the important symbolic value of sanctions, namely how passing a Magnitsky Act would demonstrate Canada's resolve to stand up for human rights violators around the world and encourage other states to follow. This testimony inspired our committee to dedicate its report to Mr. Magnitsky, as I said, and his tragic death. Bill S-226 addresses one of the most important recommendations in our report, and that is that the Special Economic Measures Act, known as CEMA, should be amended to allow for sanctions in cases of gross human rights violations. Madam Speaker, I believe this bill offers Canada the opportunity to join the efforts of our international partners. The bill also touches on another of our report's recommendations. It calls for greater consistency between Canada's sanctions measures and our immigration policy, which I think is extremely important to the implementation and process of this legislation. I welcome the amendments to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act included in the bill that make those targeted by human rights sanctions inadmissible to Canada. I also believe, as our report recommends, that this inadmissibility should be extended to all those targeted by sanctions under the Special Economic Measures Act. And I'm happy to see that the Minister's comments on Wednesday that the government shares our committee's concerns regarding the procedural rights of those targeted by sanctions. And, Madam Speaker, I agree with the Minister that this bill can be improved by providing a right of appeal to those targeted. Sanctions inflict real costs on the persons they target, which is their purpose. Canada should therefore provide these individuals with an opportunity to state their case as to why they do not deserve to be the target of such measures. In addition, Madam Speaker, I'd like to reiterate another of our committee's key findings regarding Canada's sanctions regime. The administration and the enforcement of sanctions measures is as important as the regulations and legislation that creates them. In order for Canada's sanctions to have their full effect, including the proposed sanctions against human rights violators, they must be fully enforced and effectively administered. We must also provide Canada's private sector with the information and services it needs to comply with sanctions measures. Finally, Madam Speaker, let me reiterate what the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs said in the House of Commons on Wednesday evening. Human rights are not a partisan issue, and I look forward to receiving this bill in the committee and to do the fine work that Parliament expects of us. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
So the next time that this bill is before the House, the member will have 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. I do want to wish the member for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman a very happy birthday. And I do need a little bit of glasses here. The
period for the examination of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
30 p.m. The House stands adjourned until Monday, May 29th, 2017 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 28.4. I wish everybody a great weekend and a great week in their constituency.